We have ourselves a beautiful afternoon for baseball here in Lexington, Kentucky, as the Lancaster Barnstormers visit the Lexington Legends in the middle game of a three-game series. Good afternoon, everyone. From Wild Health Field in Lexington, Dave Collins with you. We have very high skies overhead and temperatures well into the 80s here today as the Barnstormers will try to make it two in a row over the Legends. Last night, a thrilling game that came down to about a foot, maybe a little bit more, along the left field side as a ball hit by Phil Irvin in the bottom half of the 11th inning. Hooked just foul. He would end up grounding out on a fine play by Trace Lair to close out the game. The Barnstormers winning by the score of 3-2. But if Irvin's drive had stayed fair, it would have been a 4-3 Lexington win. That's how close the game was a night ago. This afternoon, we have a couple of guys who have had some pretty good success in past years in the Atlantic League, hooking up for today's game. Brooks Hall, an 11-game winner for the Barnstormers in 2018, is still looking for his first win of this year. And the only reason he's winless is because the first two starts he pitched brilliantly but was limited to just 4 innings. And then last time out, didn't get much offensive support against the York Revolution. He ended up losing 6-1, but only 2 of the runs scoring off Brooks in 5 innings of work. So he's 0-1, but his ERA is 1.38. On the hill on the other side is Thomas Dormany, a left-hander who ranked among the leaders in earned run average in the Atlantic League back in 2019. He hasn't been able to find the same success here in Lexington. Dormany with a record of 3-3 and a 6.87 earned run average. The Barnstormers today will be led off by Sean Dunston Jr. in center. Melvin Mercedes, the second baseman, will bat number 2. Kelly Dugan is in left field. He is hitting number 3. The cleanup batter is the third baseman, Andretti Cordero. Ladarius Clark will bat in right field, or play in right field and bat 5th. The first baseman hitting 6th is Colton Shaver. Trayvon Robinson, the designated hitter, will be batting number 7. Anderson Felice is the shortstop, batting 8th. Anthony Peroni will do the catching. He will bat 9th. Brooks Hall on the hill for Lancaster today. And for the Lexington Legends, Boog Powell leads off in center. Tillman Pugh, the DH, will bat 2nd. Brandon Phillips in the lineup once again as the second baseman batting 3rd. We'll get to the rest of it, but first, our national anthem here from Wild Health Field. Ready to go for baseball at Wild Health Field on this beautiful Wednesday afternoon. We got you through the top 3 in the batting order for Lexington. Boog Powell in center, Tillman Pugh the DH, Brandon Phillips at second base. Phillip Irvin will be the right fielder. He will bat cleanup. The first baseman hitting 5th is Isaias Tejeda. Dwight Smith Jr. will be in left field. He is batting 6th. Blake Swihart will do the catching here today. He'll bat 7th. The third baseman in the number 8 slot is Manuel Geraldo. Chris Cuevas will be the shortstop, batting 9th for the Legends here today. On the hill is 6-foot-tall left-hander Thomas Dormany, originally from Lutz, Florida. Went to college in Montgomery, Alabama, and was drafted by San Diego back in 2014. Dormany at present is 30 years of age. He pitched for the Somerset Patriots in 2019. He went 6-6 with a 2.72 ERA. He split decisions against the Barnstormers that year, going 1-1, and it gave up 4 runs in 11 innings. He threw 6 shutout innings at Clipper Magazine Stadium and won, and then the Barnstormers beat him at TD Bank Ballpark in his one start there. He was 3-0 in the Mexican League a year ago, and now finds himself with the Lexington Legends, and the season has not gone well for Dorminey. He's made 8 starts, 1 relief appearance. His record is 3-3. His ERA 6.87. That's quite high this season. 36 2/3 innings. He's allowed 40 hits, 28 earned runs. Dorminey has walked 19, and he has struck out 27. He is facing a team in the Barnstormers, though, that have not hit well against left-handed pitching. The Barnstormers batting only .228 against the Southpaws with just 10 home runs. A great gap in the numbers. The Barnstormers against left-handed pitching and against right-handed pitching. Here is Sean Dunston Jr., the Lancaster center fielder, who last night went 0 for 6, ending his 9-game hitting streak and his 15-game on-base streak. His average dropping to .299 after last night. He has 3 runs batted in on the year. He is tough when he gets on base. Dorminey ready to go. First pitch is over for a called strike on Dunston. It is 0-1 as we get this afternoon's game underway, just about right on schedule. 0-1, the count to the left-handed batting Dunston. He swings. It's a number foul off the end of his bat past Ross Peoples in the coach's box at third. Very quickly, the count is 0-2 on Dunston. Melvin Mercedes is on deck, switch hitting second baseman. The Barnstormers with Anthony Peroni doing the catching today. Yet another right-handed batter in there. Fastball up and in. Ball 1, 2 strikes as Dunston gets sent reeling backwards. Trace Lair is out of the lineup today. Left-handed hitter who drove in the winning run last night. That's the reward he gets. 1-2. Breaking ball is popped up third base side. Manuel Geraldo coming over for a look, but it's back into the seats a few rows. 1 ball, 2 strikes, continuing the count on Dunston. And one of the things, I've talked about this repeatedly, that Sean has done very well since joining the Barnstormers is work the count when leading off the ball game, giving everybody else an opportunity to see the opposing pitcher. Here, a swing and a miss. The ball breaking free, though, from Swihart, and Dunston will reach first base safely. Well, the Barnstormers catching a break, a swing and a miss at the third strike, and Swihart may have initially thought that the ball had been tipped foul because he didn't run after it right away, nor did Dunston sprint out of the box immediately. But the Barnstormers have the runner at first base. Melvin Mercedes will step in. Runner on with nobody out. And that will be a wild pitch charged to Dorminey. Mercedes stands in, switch hitter batting from the right side. He takes a fastball up. It is 1-0. Melvin hitting .243, has 4 homers. He has driven in 25. He's done well against Lexington, 8 for 17. He had a double in last night's game, 1 for 3. Also walked twice. The next delivery, Dorminey misses outside. He is dropped behind Mercedes, 2-0. The Barnstormers hoping to jump on this opportunity here in the first inning. Dunston leads off first. We'll see what kind of a read he can get on Dorminey. And he doesn't have a very good one. Dorminey came to the plate. Dunston was headed back to first. Meanwhile, Mercedes now bats at 3-0. Dunston has 9 stolen bases. We mentioned he was 0 for 6 last night, ending his on-base streak, but he did reach on a fielder's choice and promptly stole second and third. Mercedes will take ball 4. Ahead to second goes Dunston, and the Barnstormers have 2 men on ahead of Kelly Dugan, who has been cooled off here the last 3 games or so. It's certainly nothing drastic, but Kelly just 1 out of 11 over the last 3 contests, and that was a single at Long Island on Sunday. Batting here with runners at first and second, nobody out, facing the left-hander Dorminey. Barnstormers with very good speed on the bases. The pitch to Dugan, chopper on the right side. The only play they will have is to first. Phillips takes it most of the way, then underhands to Tejeda. The out goes 4-3, but it does move the runners ahead. Dunston to third, Mercedes to second, and Andretti Cordero, who had a pair of base hits last night, will step in. Cordero at 305, 8 home runs, 46 runs batted in. He has hit safely in 17 consecutive games where he has played on defense. The only breaks in what would be a very long hitting streak otherwise have been when he has served as the DH. 2 runners in scoring position. The Legends will play the infielders back, giving Cordero the extra opportunity to drive in the first run of the game. Cordero gets a shot. If he can't do it, Ladarius Clark will step in. Dunston up the line from third, Mercedes off second, and it is well outside to Cordero for ball 1, 1-0. Andretti has had a good season series against this Lexington ball club. He is 8 out of 19 in the 4 games played. The Barnstormers have won 3 of them. Here's the wind by Dormany, and he is outside again, ball 2. Cordero has started to figure out left-handed pitching. His average against the Southpaws is up to 200. Barnstormers last night here went 0 for 7 against a pair of lefty relievers. And Dormany is outside again. It's almost as if he's working around Cordero, but on deck is the Barnstormers' best hitter against left-handed pitching in Ladarius Clark. 3 balls and nothing, the count on Andretti. First base is open here. Dormany getting the signal, the pitch, and Cordero has the green light, 3-0. He slices a foul around the end of the building over on the right side. 3-1 on the Barnstormers' third baseman here today. Cordero plays both first and third. Ross kind of rotating him through right now. Colton Shaver with the start at first base here this afternoon, keeping his bat in the lineup, but the designated day game catcher, Anthony Peroni, will be back there today. Fouled at the plate. Dormany fighting back against Cordero. It is now 3 balls and 2 strikes. The Barnstormers hit very little hard last night. A couple of singles and the RBI double by, or not RBI double, but double by Melvin Mercedes. The 2 singles in the 11th inning that helped to set up the winning run were both smashed. Shaver with 1, Robinson the other. Three balls, 2 strikes due to Cordero. Right-handed hitter awaiting. Dormany focusing in to get the sign from Swihart, and they take too long for the liking of one Mr. Andretti Cordero, so he will back out and try to regain some focus here. Payoff pitch. This is big. Here's the 3-2. Cordero lifts a foul again off to the right side and up to the rooftop. It's been somewhat of a lengthy first inning already for Dormany. Nothing drastic. And the reason it's not drastic is that Dugan grounded out on the first pitch that he saw. That this is the 3rd batter out of 4 that has taken Dormany fairly deep into the count. 3-2 once again due to Cordero. Runners lead off second and third. The pitch, high bouncer toward the middle, and that will be played nicely by the shortstop Cuevas. He's unable to get the throw on line to first, however, and Cordero is across. The Barnstormers pick up the run and still have men at the corners for Ladarius Clark. High bounder off the turf. Cuevas racing wide to his left. Got there, and the Barnstormers not only get the 1-run home, but Mercedes wheeled around as well. So it's a 2-run single for Cordero that doesn't get out of the infield. That's the benefit of having the speed on the bases. 47th and 48th runs batted in of the year for Andretti. Ladarius Clark stands in, hitting .286. He's gotten a little bit cold as of late. Fastball outside, ball 1 to him, 1-0. Mercedes able to score trailing as Cuevas made the high throw to first. It was manageable for Isaias Tejeda over there. It wasn't going to be in time anyway. 1 ball, 1 strike now to Clark. Colton Shaver, the first baseman, waits on deck. The Barnstormers strike for 2 here in the top half of the first inning. The motion And now to Clark, swing and a miss again at a fastball away. You talk about Ladarius hitting a slump for the first time in a good while. He's hitless the last 2 games and only 5 out of his last 33. The pitch, Clark, fastball upstairs to him. And the count will level at 2 balls and 2 strikes, just 1 out in the inning. Cordero, not much of a base-stealing threat. He is the man at first, just 1 steal on the year. Here is the pitch. Clark will take low for ball 3, and another full count here in the first inning as the Barnstormers look to build upon this early lead. Just a chopper toward the middle for Cordero, but he hit it in a perfect spot. Cuevas got to it, but couldn't make the play. 3-2 pitches outside. Cordero had taken off, and runners again are at first and second for the Lancaster Barnstormers. Colton Shaver, the first baseman, will step in. Shaver at 274. 9 home runs, 37 runs batted in. And the Barnstormers have the opportunity to build themselves a pretty fat lead in this top half of the first and turn the ball game over to Brooks Hall. Shaver, 16 doubles, 9 home runs. The pitch, and he lifts this to right. That is going to curl foul and out of play toward the horse stable down the right field line. Shaver at 0-1. Cordero's at second. Clark's at first. Still only 1 out in the inning. And Dormany, by my count, has already thrown 23 pitches here. 2 walks, a third strike wild pitch, and an infield single doing all of this damage. Now to Shaver, breaking ball and a good one. It's there for strike 2. Trayvon Robinson, the switch hitting DH today, is the Barnstormers on deck batter. 1 out, runners at first and second. Here in the top half of the first inning, Cordero and Clark take their leads. Shaver goes down swinging at a breaking ball. The second strikeout for Thomas Dormany, and it leaves the inning to Robinson. Trayvon at 244 with 11 runs batted in. Robinson still trying to get locked in on the right side of the plate. He has only, I believe, still 1 hit right-handed. Although the last time he faced a lefty starter, he hit the ball pretty well, just couldn't get anything to drop. Breaking ball, and again, Dormany getting into very good rhythm with his off-speed stuff. He reaches the outside corner and has Robinson trailing in the count at 0 balls and a strike. 6-foot left-hander, 30 years of age. Thomas Dormany delivers. Robinson swings and misses. Again, off speed. And it is 0 balls and 2 strikes. Dormany got to Double-A in the San Diego system. He reached San Antonio back in 2017. And to Robinson, 0-2. High bouncer again, left side of the infield. This will be cut off by the third baseman, Geraldo. The throw is there. Robinson retired, 5-3. The Barnstormers don't make very solid contact here in the first inning, but they're able to pick up 2 runs on 1 quirky little base hit. No errors in the inning, and there were a couple of men left on base. We're through a half inning. The Barnstormers getting the early jump. They'll turn it over to Brooks Hall with the lead of 2-0.
Localflavor.com, local flavor, localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com, too. And you can get them right on your phone, thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Right-hander Brooks Hall, 6 feet 5 inches tall, from Anderson, South Carolina, making his 4th start of the season, and amazingly his 2nd against Lexington His 2022 debut was against the Legends, and he threw 4 shutout innings, allowing 3 singles, striking out 5 back on the 11th of June. He threw only 39 pitches in that game. And then his second start, he went 70 pitches over 4 innings. Last time out was a week ago tonight in York. And in that particular game, he threw 83 pitches over 5 innings, giving up 5 hits and 2 runs and ending up on the short end of the score. But his overall numbers are outstanding despite the 0-1 record. 13 hits in 13 innings, only 2 runs. He's walked 2, and he has struck out 16. Staked to a 2-0 lead here today, and he'll be facing Boog Powell, the center fielder, leading off. No relation to the former Orioles first baseman, who was John Powell by given name. This is Herschel Powell standing in. 274, 6 home runs, 19 driven in. And he looks at a Brooks Hall fastball for a called strike, 0-1. Hall will throw pretty consistently around 94, 95 miles an hour as the starter. He is off the inside part of the plate to the former Mariner A. Powell. 1 ball, 1 strike. Hall got to AAA in the Brewers organization his first time with Milwaukee. Pitched in AA briefly for them last year before his Achilles went on him. Foul ball back, it's 1-2. So he only made 2 starts at AA Biloxi a year ago. 1 ball, 2 strikes, the count to Powell. Even up stance close to the plate. Hall deals, and that's grounded foul into his own dugout. A ball and 2 strikes, the running count on Powell. He was 0 for 5 with a couple of strikeouts in the series opener last night. The Barnstormers ended up striking out 15 Legends batters last night. Flattened. A pitch ran in around thigh level and knocked the legs out from underneath Powell. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Tillman Pugh, the designated hitter, waiting on deck. A lengthy at bat for Powell leading off the game. Target set by Peroni. Here's the 2-2. That is chipped foul. Barnstormers pitchers overall have struck out 166 batters in the last 16 games, which is a pretty high rate, better than 10 per game. There have been some extra inning games sprinkled in there. And to Powell now, ball 3, slides inside and low. Filling out the count to the leadoff batter. This has been a very good at bat for Powell. 3-2 against Hall, the right-hander ready to go. The payoff is hit high in the air toward center field. More toward left center now is Dunston. He will put it away. That is out number 1. It took 8 pitches, though, for Hall to dispatch Powell. Now Tillman Pugh, the designated hitter, will come to the plate. He's at 273 with 8 homers and 28 runs batted in. Dunston today sandwiched in between Kelly Dugan in left and Ladarius Clark in right. Andretti Cordero with the start at third. Anderson Felice again at shortstop. Jake Hoover is with the club, but not quite ready to play just yet. Melvin Mercedes at second, and Colton Shaver is at first base with Peroni catching today. Hall will deliver. He is outside and low on Pugh. Ball 1 and no strikes. Tillman Pugh coming off an all-star caliber season a year ago. 1 out of 5 last night. Swings and misses against Hall. It is 1-1. There was 1 at bat in the 6th for Pugh last night, where he looked really bad on 3 straight swings against Niall Ball. And then Brandon Phillips came up and broke the no-no with a home run. Another lobbed fly ball out the center. Easy play for Dunston coming in. Hall can live like this the entire afternoon. 2 outs, nobody on. The Barnstormers up by a pair. And here is the now 41-year-old Lexington second baseman, part owner of the ball club, and 3-time National League All-Star Brandon Phillips, striding into the box. He is just having fun, and he's making it fun for everybody else here. Taps the plate umpire, which today is Bob Howard, on the back of the leg with his bat. 2 outs, nobody on board. A lot of room down the first base line. Shaver well off the bag. Pitch is down low for a ball, 1-0. I mean, it has to be a treat for guys in the Atlantic League to either play with or against somebody of Phillips' stature. Not that he's been alone in the history of this league. Ground ball left side. Cordero will play a long hop, flip it across the diamond, and the tag will be applied by Colton Shaver, who ends up diving after Phillips, as Cordero's throw was a little toward the home plate side of the first base bag. Nothing across for Hall in the lower half of the first inning. We're done with one here today, and the Barnstormers stay on top by the 2-0 count.
Like craft beers? Then the best place to be in Lancaster is Clipper Magazine Stadium. That's right, celebrate baseball or just a night with your friends at the Broken Bat Deck down the right field line. The Broken Bat features more than 20 local craft breweries, plus product from a local winery. Food including Otto's Meatballs is sold off a pub-style menu. So get together, hang out with your friends, or make some new ones. Enjoy a night of craft beer sampling along with a Barnstormers game.
Get out of the heat and dive under the sea this summer with Disney's Little Mermaid at Dutch Apple Dinner Theater. Join Ariel on her adventure from the sea through the human world. Based off the 1989 animated film, Disney's Little Mermaid will keep kids young and old entertained. Performances are Tuesday through Sunday with matinee and evening show options available. Each performance also includes a buffet-style meal prior to the show. Call Dutch Apple Dinner Theater at 717-898-1900 or visit us at DutchApple.com to reserve your tickets today.
Well, our congratulations go out to the Gastonia Honey Hunters, who clinched the South in the first half last night with a 4-0 shutout victory over the Wild Health Genomes. Southern Maryland shut out York last night. 2-0 was that final. And in another shutout, Long Island blanked the Staten Island Ferry Hawks 1-0. Highest scoring game last night was High Point with the 7-4 win over the Charleston Dirty Birds. A lot of low-scoring games around the ALPB last night, including the 3-2 Barnstormers victory here in Lexington. Here's Anderson Felice, the Lancaster shortstop, will step in. He's batting .248 for the year, and he still has to bat left-handed against the left-handed pitchers because of the nature of the injury that had him on the shelf for 3 weeks. The wind and the Thomas Dormany pitch as he starts to get locked in. He's there for a strike. It is 0-1. Just got word that Brent Teller has been promoted all the way to Double-A now in the Arizona system. Boy, that's a pretty meteoric rise. He had one start for Hillsborough and performed extremely well. Worked 5 innings, didn't walk anybody from what I understand, struck out 4. That is low. Felice bats at 2-1. The Barnstormers last inning had 2 strikeouts, drew a couple of walks, hit 3 ground balls, and somehow that was all good enough to score 2 runs. Here's the 2-1 delivery, and Felice will get another one on a fastball below the knees. 3 balls, 1 strike. Anthony Peroni, the Lancaster catcher, waits on deck. Barnstormers enjoying the 2-run lead here early. Felice will get ball 4. Dormany issues his 3rd walk of the day so far. Peroni will come to the plate. Anthony at 176. He has a home run, and he has driven in 8. The home run came against Lexington. But it wasn't the fact that it was Lexington, apparently. It was the fact that it was June 12th, because that seems to be the only day on the calendar where Peroni can hit a home run. He's done it 2 years in a row. I'm just kidding. He's pounded out some doubles here lately. Has 3 doubles and the 1 triple, which broke the tie last Friday night at Long Island. First pitch from Dormany finds its way to the plate. A called strike. It is 0-1. Right-handed hitting catcher Anthony Peroni, the New Jersey native, batting with Felice at first and nobody out in the top half of the 2nd inning. Dormany will deliver, and he will find the outside corner. His breaking stuff working so well on the edges. The walks have come to Mercedes, Clark, and Felice. Every 3rd batter, 2, 5, and 8 in the batting order. Outside and low on the change to Peroni. Anthony was tempted, but ultimately never bit the apple. Ball 1, 2 strikes. Felice leads off first, held by Isaias Tejeda there. Infield looking to turn 2. Dormany will come to the plate, and Peroni gets ball 2 off the inside corner. Well, the pitches are really piling up for Thomas Dormany in the early innings. Brooks Hall, after the long battle against Boog Powell leading off the day, able to keep his pitch count fairly low in that first inning. There goes Felice. The 2-2 is low. The throw down from Swihart will be late. Anderson Felice with the good jump steals his 3rd bag of the year. That will keep the Barnstormers from the ground ball double play. Peroni does tend to be somewhat DP prone. Felice now in scoring position. The Barnstormers stealing bases at a very high rate when they do go this year. The success rate has been outstanding. To Peroni, here's the 3-2. He hits a ground ball to the shortstop, and that would have been the double play. Cuevas checking the runner back and then firing across the diamond. Peroni is out 6-3. He's unable to advance Felice. And now it will be Sean Dunston Jr., who struck out but reached when the pitch broke free from Blake Swihart on the wild pitch. He scored the first of the runs on the Cordero single in the first inning. Andretti Cordero has been incredibly consistent. He's now batted safely in 18 games in a row when playing defense. To Dunston, chopper foul into the first base seats. He's down a strike. It is 0-1 here. But Cordero does a lot of his damage early in games. But you go all the way back, he has now hit safely in 33 of his last 39. And it hasn't been terribly splashy. Ball is outside and low to Dunston, 1-1. But he's able to make contributions on a pretty regular basis now. 48 runs batted in for Cordero. 1 ball, 1 strike with 1 out. Dunston, it's a chopper. That will be fouled toward the first base dugout also. 1-2 on Sean. Melvin Mercedes waits on deck. Lancaster still hasn't squared anything up against Dormany. But they've been willing to wait him out. And the walks have been parlayed into some runs. Now he spins and bluffs Anderson Felice back to second. And the pitch pulled on the ground on the right side. Tejeda will take it. Dunston retired 3 unassisted. He still hasn't technically reached base in this series. He is 0 for 8 now with 2 outs. Mercedes will step in. Melvin with a walk and a run scored back in the first inning. We talk about the Barnstormers' success rate in terms of stealing bases. The club is 70 out of 86 and now 71 out of 87 for the year, which is better than 81%. That is excellent. Mercedes bats with Felice 90 feet away, 2 outs in the inning. But Melvin will need a base hit to drive in the run. Here's the pitch. It's inside and low. Mercedes is yet to see a strike from Dormany. 5 pitches all out of the zone to the Barnstormers' second baseman. 243 hitter coming into the day. And to Mercedes, finally a strike as Dormany reaches the outside corner. It is 1-1. Melvin's on-base percentage, .366 coming into the afternoon. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and he hits a high fly ball out to left. Coming in, though, is Dwight Smith Jr. He will make the catch. First fly ball off of Dormany on the day, but it doesn't travel very far. And the inning is closed out. No runs, no hits, no errors, and Lancaster strands 1. We'll head to the bottom half of the second inning here this afternoon in Lexington. The Barnstormers up by the score of 2-0.
Hi everyone, Adam Gockenauer from Gockenauer Appliances, and I'm excited to tell you about a new addition to the Gockenauers family this summer season. We are now selling Titus gas grills. Titus Gas Grills gives you a high-quality, all-stainless steel grill at an affordable price. And the best thing is, you can assemble it yourself in just 5 minutes. That's right, 5 minutes. Stop by to see this great grill now and mention this ad to receive a free gas grill cover with your Titus Grill purchase. Gockenauer's in East Petersburg.
Pennsylvanians are creating their own soundtrack. Thanks to PA Lottery Scratch-Offs, excitement's back. Pennies, nickels, dimes, or quarters, no matter your choice, scratching's always in order. With big top prizes and second chance drawings, thrills await. They're out there calling. If it's excitement you seek and you're looking for action, play the PA Lottery. And keep on scratching. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
2-0 Lancaster. We go to the bottom half of the second inning. The Barnstormers will finish this series and finish this long road trip tomorrow night here at 6:35. A overnight bus trip back home. Don't expect the club to arrive until 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning on Friday. Everybody will try and get some sleep in, and then they'll don their alter ego capes on Friday night. The Lebanon Iron Masters will be taking the field at Clipper Magazine Stadium for the 3-game weekend series against the Staten Island Ferry Hawks. And the Barnstormers, after tomorrow night, will play the next 26 games in Pennsylvania. 20 at home, 6 in York, including a makeup game. Here's Phil Irvin. First pitch from Brooks Hall, snaps back to the zone for a called strike. It's 0-1. Irvin came so close to winning it for Lexington in the bottom of the 11th last night, taking Cole Aker out, but just foul. And there's a ball slugged to deep left field. Back on this one goes the left fielder Dugan, and he will reel it in for out number 1. Irvin hit that ball hard, but Kelly Dugan was playing back. He is able to scoot to the track and haul it in, 1 away. Isaias Tejeda will come to the plate. The first baseman for the Legends, batting .231 with 4 homers and 20 driven in. Little bit of a breeze today, not much of one, but it is still blowing in. Balls have not traveled the past couple of days quite like we are used to seeing here. For example, the first couple of games against the Genomes back in May. Fouled to the right, 0-1 on Tejeda. Lancaster with the 2-0 edge, playing the second inning. 2-run single by Andretti Cordero that didn't leave the infield. It came with runners at second and third. And there's a ball tattooed deep to left center by Tejeda, and the walls will not contain this one. Isaias Tejeda with his 5th home run of the season. Hasn't he done enough damage to the Barnstormers over the years? And it's now 2-1 as Brooks Hall has delivered a couple of pitches in this inning that the Legends have been able to make very solid contact against. Tejeda with the home run. The left-handed batting Dwight Smith Jr. will come to the plate. He is 3 for 10 since joining the Legends. So it's elbow bumps, fist bumps all around for Tejeda. Smith will step in. 2-1 Barnstormers now in the second inning. And the runs coming in sharply opposing manners. Lexington unloads the power. The Barnstormers did it with some base running finesse. First pitch strike, off speed to Smith. It is 0-1. The Hall giving up the home run. It is the first he has allowed this year. And now to Smith inside a ball, and the count squares at 1 each. He had given up mostly singles prior to his work here today. Now to Smith, a swing and a miss. And Brooks is ahead at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Blake Swihart, the catcher, a left-handed batter, waiting on deck. Still 2-1 Lancaster here in the second inning. Hall, the 6'5 right-hander, getting the signal from Anthony Peroni, and they're going to take a little bit too long. Smith grows impatient, and rightfully so, and we'll have to reset the stage here. Nobody on base, 1 out. in the lower half of the second inning. Hall into his windup. And now to Smith. Swung on, lined off the glove of Shaver. It'll be recovered by Mercedes, who's able to get the ball to Hall in time for the out on Smith. Great reaction by Melvin Mercedes as the ball ticked off the glove of Colton Shaver's diving attempt. Hall with the wherewithal to still sprint over and cover first base, and the Barnstormers are able to get the second out on another pretty hard hit ball against Brooks here in the second inning. Blake Swihart, the catcher, steps in. He's batting mysteriously only 162. He has hit 4 home runs, one of those at Clipper Magazine Stadium, and he's driven in 15. The pitch off the wrists and foul back into the net. No balls, 1 strike. Playing a matinee here in Lexington on this Wednesday afternoon. Tomorrow night we'll wrap up the series. 9 hours back to Lancaster after tomorrow night's game. There's a routine grounder. Shaver will wave off Hall. He'll take it himself, 3 unassisted. Hall only throws 9 pitches here in the second inning. 1 goes to the track, 1 leaves the yard, and it's 1 run, 1 hit with no errors, nobody left on base. Through 2, it is Lancaster 2 and Lexington 1.
It's no longer about answering the most emails or pulling the most all-nighters. It's about prioritizing what's most important.
Hey, Lexus, give me directions to Eagles Peak Hiking Trail. Calculating route.
That's why the Lexus NX has an interface engineered to understand you and an available 14-inch touchscreen that's simpler and more intuitive. The Lexus NX. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
Availability and accuracy of navigation system depends on many factors. Data charges may apply.
There is a weekend in July where the baseball world revolves around a village in upstate New York. Baseball Hall of Fame induction weekend in Cooperstown is an unforgettable experience full of family-friendly activities and priceless moments. Make your plans today for July 22nd through 25th for the induction of Bud Fowler, Gil Hodges, Jim Cott, Minnie Minoso, Tony Oliva, Buck O'Neill, and David Ortiz as the class of 2022. Visit baseballhall.org today for the
Barnstormers will send Kelly Dugan, Andretti Cordero, and Ladarius Clark to the plate against southpaw Thomas Dormany. As we get to the top half of the third inning, the Barnstormers continuing to struggle against left-handed pitching, and sometimes the answer to that is to have a lefty throw BP, but that's built in with the Barnstormers, and manager Ross Peoples, of course, you all remember Ross as a left-handed pitcher for the Barnstormers for 10 years. It has been indeed a puzzle this year. It hasn't affected the one-loss record against left-handed starters. The Barnstormers have been as good, if not better, winning when they face the left-handed starting pitchers. But this club, the difference in team batting average left and right is in the neighborhood of about 45 points. And when you look at slugging percentage, it grows even more. Here's Dugan. Kelly grounded out back in the first inning, but a ground out in a spot that moved the runners to second and third, and that was crucial. Facing Dormany and to Kelly. First pitch is across for a strike. It's 0-1. Thomas Dormany has walked 3 and thrown a wild pitch so far, but seems to have things under control now. Dugan lines a base hit into right field. And there's the Kelly Dugan we have seen the bulk of the year. So maybe the 1 out of 13 slump, which, again, is hardly dramatic. But for him, probably the coldest spell of the season may be over. He lines the leadoff single into right. The Barnstormers with their first hard-hit ball against Dormany. And here is Cordero, who singled in the 2 runs back in the first inning. And he had the 2-run single because the runners were at second and third. If they're at first and second, that might have been maybe not a double play, but they would have gotten a force out at second. Cordero with Dugan at first. Kelly not out to much of a lead. And to Andretti, a big swing and a miss. Dormany has been outstanding with his off-speed stuff so far. He's really done a great job keeping the Barnstormers off stride. Tejeda, the runner at first or holding the runner at first, I should say, with nobody out. Kelly Dugan aboard on the leadoff single here in the third inning. Infield set up, double play depth. Dormany ready to deliver to Cordero, and Andretti hits a ball well to right center field. This one has some legs on it. Way back it goes, and that's going to be played off the wall in deep right center. Dugan is being waved around. The throw is going into third, and Cordero slides in with an RBI triple, his third three-bagger of the year as the Barnstormers take a 3-1 lead. Drive off the boards in right center field, and the umpires are going to get together here and discuss exactly where that ball hit. And Ross Peoples is going to engage them in the discussion briefly. A ball belted to deep right center field. Did that come off one of the pilings of the scoreboard above the wall, or did it hit high off the wall? Ultimately, it shouldn't make a difference. You'd like to think the Barnstormers will get a runner home from third with nobody out. It's a 3-1 Lancaster lead. So it's Cordero at third. Dugan is across. Andretti has knocked in all three Barnstormers runs. Ladarius Clark will bat against a drawn-in infield. Dormany will come to the plate, and Clark hits a fly ball toward the right field corner. Back on this one goes Irvin. He's got the shades on. He'll make the catch on the track. Tagging and jogging on home is Cordero, scoring easily on the Clark sacrifice fly, and the Barnstormers are now up by 3. That is the 33rd run batted in for Ladarius. Cordero is now up to 49. With one out and the bases cleared off, here is Colton Shaver, a strikeout victim, back in the first inning. And a Colton breaking ball, slips inside and low. Ball 1 and no strikes. Sharp single by Dugan, a blasted triple by Cordero, sac fly by Clark, and that went a ways. Now 2 balls and no strikes to Colton Shaver. Well, the Barnstormers with a pretty efficient offense so far today. Shaver takes a rip at the 2-0 and misses. 2 balls and 1 strike. And the ball does seem to be carrying pretty well this afternoon, unlike most of last night. The only area where you could get the ball to go last night was toward the left field line. To Shaver, ball 3 is inside, 3-1. Trayvon Robinson, the DH, waiting on deck. 1 out, nobody on. 2 are home here in the Barnstormers half of the third inning. Shaver turns on it, grounds a foul. It jumps the railing into the box seats down the third baseline. Full count to the Barnstormer first baseman today. Shaver had a base hit last night. He is 1 out of 6 in the series. Hard hit ground ball, backhanded play made by the third baseman Geraldo. And he will gun down Colton 5-3. 2 gone in the inning, and Robinson will step in. Trayvon grounded out 5-3 back in the first. It's all about Cordero here today, and early last night, Andretti did the bulk of the harm. He is one of this club's top performers in terms of multiple hit games as well. Left-hander ready to go. Robinson goes after the first pitch, popping it up behind the plate. Looks like Swihart has an opportunity on this one. He does, making the catch to close out the inning. It's 2 runs for the Barnstormers, though, on 2 hits. The big one, the triple by Andretti Cordero. No errors in the inning and nobody left on base. We are going to the bottom of the third. The Barnstormers open the lead slightly. It is now Lancaster 4 and Lexington 1.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com. Local Flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com. Local Flavor. Localflavor.com. Local Flavor.
22nd multiple hit game of the season for Andretti Cordero, and he has been responsible for the Barnstormers offense today as Lancaster leads 4-1 going into the bottom of the third inning. Manuel Geraldo, Chris Cuevas, and then the top of the order, Boog Powell to face Brooks Hall. Hall's retired 6 of 7, but he gave up the home run to left center to Isaias Tejeda back in the second inning. Definitely not the first home run that Tejeda has hit against the Barnstormers over the years. Might be the last, since we've got to get through the rest of today and just tomorrow night. Well, there is another 3-game series in Lancaster coming up. Here is Manuel Geraldo, .230 hitter with a couple of home runs, 7 runs batted in. He was the starting shortstop for the Legends the last time these two clubs got together. He's now moved over to third. 4 out of 15 in the season series is Geraldo. Hall inside ball 1-0. Barnstormers with 2 in the first, 2 more in the third inning. Hall deals, he is inside and low, and now trails Geraldo 2 balls and no strikes. Lancaster's left 3 runners on base so far. 2 balls, no strikes. And the offering, he changed speeds, got a swing and a miss as Geraldo lurched after the offering. 2-1 to the lefty batter. Chris Cuevas, a right-handed hitter, waits on deck. Cuevas had fits last night against Niall Ball. Struck out swinging all 3 times. Who is behind a fastball there. 2-2. Hall has not struck out anybody as of yet. He's been content to have the ball put into play. 2-2 to Geraldo, and time is called before the next pitch is served. The wind by Hall, the pitch, tries a breaking ball but doesn't get it to the plate. 3 balls, 2 strikes. There's the count on Manuel Geraldo here. The infield cheating around to the right, and instead he hits a fly ball to center. Pretty much where he started after completing virtually a square is Dunston. Third put out for Sean. 1 away in the third inning, and Cuevas, the shortstop, will step to the plate. Chris Cuevas batting, or Cesar Cuevas, I should say, batting .210 with a home run and 18 runs batted in. 6 doubles on the year, and Cesar Cuevas, a Californian who had only played in the United Shore Baseball League in Michigan for 1 season. That was in 2020. But the Legends found him for this year. Ground ball left side. Cutting it off is Cordero. Low throw. Shaver will handle it, and that's the second out of the inning. 5-3. Cordero ranging wide to his left. The Barnstormers are blessed with some gloves at third base. Lairs is probably the best, but Cordero and Felice are no slouches. That brings on Powell, who lobbed a fly ball out to Dunston in center, his first trip. Lancaster up by 3. Hall's delivery is low to Powell, ball 1 and no strikes. Brooks is retired 8 out of 9. He's not dominating here today as he can. To Powell, it's right straight through for a called strike. 1-1, but he's also kept the pitch count down. He's only thrown 31 times in this game. Leading by 3. All back into the action to Powell. It is fouled off. And Hall emerges ahead at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Try to get a read on the fastballs today, and he's living 92-93, which is a little bit short of where he can be. Here's a 1-2. Breaking ball doesn't get there. It doesn't satisfy Bob Howard. Brooks leaned in, hoped, didn't get the call. The count is 2-2. And now to Powell, fastball is upstairs, and Powell, who is leaning, ends up reeling backwards. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 4-1. Barnstormers leading. Tillman Pugh, the designated hitter, waits on deck. Hall gets the sign from Peroni. Here's the payoff pitch, and this is hit high in the air, first base side, blowing toward the dugout, and Shaver and Peroni run out of room. We continue 3-2 on Boog Powell. He had a great season for Gastonia. Then the Atlantic League has sort of opened the way come playoff time for some last-minute deals to be made. Everybody wanted Powell. Everybody wanted Clark. Powell ended up at Long Island. Clark ended up at Southern Maryland. Ladarius coming back here to start the year, but he did play for Stan in the playoffs last year. 3-2, and this is popped up on the third base side. Cordero has a play. He is there planted underneath for the catch. Hall continues to just pitch to contact. He hasn't walked anyone. He hasn't struck out anyone, but he's retired 9 of 10. Nothing across in the bottom of the third for Lexington. And at the end of 3, the Barnstormers enjoy the 4-1 lead.
Get out of the heat and dive under the sea this summer with Disney's Little Mermaid at Dutch Apple Dinner Theater. Join Ariel on her adventure from the sea through the human world. Based off a 1989 animated film, Disney's Little Mermaid will keep kids young and old entertained. Performances are Tuesday through Sunday with matinee and evening show options available. Each performance also includes a buffet-style meal prior to the show. Call Dutch Apple Dinner Theater at 717-898-1900 or visit us at DutchApple.com to reserve your tickets today.
Being over 55 does not mean a ticket, it means 10 with the Silver Stormers Club presented by the Lancaster Barnstormers and Audiology Associates of Lancaster. Anyone 55 and over can enjoy baseball action at every Tuesday home game for only $50 on the season. That is nearly a 70% savings. Members also receive a special Silver Stormers t-shirt to wear proudly at the stadium. For more information or to sign up, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and look in the season tickets section.
Through 3 innings today, the Barnstormers have 4 runs, 3 hits, no errors, and 3 left. And it's been a run, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left for the Lexington Legends. They have the solo home run, that's it. The Barnstormers have not only had the 3 hits, but they have drawn 3 walks from Thomas Dormany and also had another man reach on a third strike wild pitch. Anderson Felice walked and stole second back in the second inning. Got as far as third when the frame ended. He is the only steal for Lancaster in the game. Facing the lefty Dormany. And that's stung up the middle, base hit center field. Leadoff base hit for Anderson Felice here in the 4th inning. The Barnstormers have had their leadoff man reach in every inning so far. It brings on Peroni. Anthony grounded to short his first time up. Felice may stay on the left side of the plate. He has done certainly respectably well, left on left. Tejeda holds him at first. Peroni will see a strike. It is 0-1. Does Felice dare to run a second time? You want to stay out of the double play here. He's not going, and it's a ball high and outside on Anthony, 1-1. Top of the order, Sean Dunston Jr. waits on deck. The Barnstormers still have Dunston, Dugan, Felice batting exclusively left-handed. Big swing and a miss by Anthony. He now trails at 1-2. The Barnstormers up 4-1 here in the fourth inning. Felice has been a base runner twice, as has Cordero. Cordero has been involved in all 4 Lancaster runs. Here's the pitch, ground ball, shortstop. This will be as easy of a double play as you get. Cuevas to the bag, throws to first, and that is a very fast 2 outs. It's why Felice stole second base back in the second inning, but couldn't take off here in the fourth, and Peroni hits the ground ball to the shortstop, Cuevas, right near the bag. 2 are gone. Dunston stands in. He has gone down swinging but reached, and he has grounded out the first base. 0 for 2 today. Breaking ball, and he has to scoot out of the box as that one was headed up around the bill of the helmet. Ball 1 and no strikes to Dunston. Melvin Mercedes in the on-deck circle. He wouldn't mind a chance this inning. Dunston has been collared by Lexington in this series, but he still scored a run and stolen a couple of bases, despite not being able to bat his way on or watch his way on. 2-0 to him here from Dorminey. His pitch count is into the 60s for the day. And ball 3 to Dunston. It is 3-0. Barnstormers up by 3 here in the top half of the fourth inning. 3-0. Sean looking all the way, takes a strike. The count goes to 3-1. Dorminey, not a hard thrower, just in the mid-80s on the fastball. Here's a 3-1. Dunston goes for it. It's a sky-high pop fly. They'll have time to get there. Will they have room? No. It bounces on the concrete on the other side of the barrier down the left field line. Dunston still alive, but the count is now 3-2. Dorminey had a 2.72 ERA 3 years ago for the Somerset Patriots. He had a terrific year for them. Didn't win all that many games, didn't get a lot of support. And to Dunston, 3-2. That's high, and Sean back to reaching base. Fourth walk issued by Dorminey in the game. And for Dunston, he picks up his 11th walk, but his first since last Friday. Melvin Mercedes will be the batter. Does Dunston stay at first base here? And I don't think so. I would imagine you'll see Sean on the run. You gain a lot if you successfully steal second. You don't lose a lot if he doesn't. First pitch breaking ball to the outside corner, and Dunston held. I don't think he's got a very good feel against Dorminey, though. No balls and 1 strike to Mercedes. And Dunston does take off. There's a swing and a miss, and the ball is dropped by Mercedes. Interfered with him, and Mercedes is automatically out on the play. I think it goes at the put out to the catcher. Melvin Mercedes a little bit perturbed about that. Swihart dropped the ball. That will close out the inning for the Barnstormers. No runs on 1 hit with no errors, and they don't leave anybody on base. Ross Peoples talking it over with the plate umpire Bob Howard to get an explanation there. We'll go to the bottom half of the fourth inning with the Barnstormers leading 4-1.
Celebrate the history of our national pastime at the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown. See priceless treasures that will bring your baseball memories to life. Connect with events that have shaped and changed the game and our country. Our stories to tell, your memories to share. Plan your family visit today at baseballhall.org. See you in Cooperstown, where the journey becomes legend.
They say to truly understand someone, you must walk a mile in their shoes. Well, at Lexus, we designed the ES with you in mind every step of the way. From class-leading legroom in the back to positioning the touchscreen 4 inches closer to you in the front. Everything in the Lexus ES, a direct reflection of you. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
2022 ES versus 2021-2022 competitors. Information from manufacturers' websites as of 5/3/2021.
For the youth of our area, the Barnstormers are offering a wide variety of camps throughout the summer to teach everyone some tips on baseball and softball. Camps are offered to kids as young as 4 and as old as 12. Some even involve the parents. They run from June 11th all the way through September 17. For more information, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and click on the Youth Baseball tab. All presented by Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster and Play It Again Sports.
It looked like Sean Dunston had his 10th stolen base, but the yellow flag was thrown, and Melvin Mercedes is charged with obstructing the catcher, Blake Swihart, on the throw. Well, Mercedes automatically out, and that turns us to the bottom of the 4th inning. Tillman Pugh leads off. He's the DH. He was retired on a fly out to center first time up, and now he looks at an offering from Brooks Hall to the outside corner for strike one. 4-1 Lancaster here in the 4th inning. The Barnstormers with a single and a walk in the top of the 4th, but never could build anything. 1 strike to Pugh. There's a breaking ball line past Hall. Mercedes from behind second throws, and it is handled by Shaver on the in-between hop. Melvin Mercedes with quite a play, put a star by that one in the scorebook. Not like we're not used to seeing it, but it always dazzles us when it happens. Mercedes fielding that smash off the bat of Tillman Pugh on the other side of second base and turning it into the out. Shaver saving the throw on the back end. 1 out. Here is Brandon Phillips, who grounded out to Andretti Cordero back in the 1st inning. Dugan, Cordero, and Clark will bat when we get to the top of the 5th. Barnstormers leading this one 4-1 with 1 out, nobody on. Here in the bottom half of inning number 4. Phillips digging in. Right-handed batter fairly close to the plate. Takes a ball off the outside corner. It's 1-0. Hall now is retired 10 of 11. He's getting the good defense behind him. Mercedes has saved a couple of ground balls already. Cordero has made a nice play going to his left. Dugan, a fine play going back against Irvin. Fouled away by Phillips. The count is a ball and a strike. The wind, as we go through the early afternoon hours, seems to be picking up again, and it is blowing in. 1 ball, 1 strike to Phillips. Hall missing the outside corner with his fastball again. He's not off by much. 2 balls and a strike. Obviously, as you get older, the body slows down a little bit, but Phillips' knowledge of how to play this game hasn't. 2-1. He swings and misses. 2 balls and 2 strikes against Brandon Phillips. Before he really made his mark with Cincinnati, he had bounced around some. Here's a 2-2. Breaking ball, got him looking. First strikeout for Hall today. Phillips not necessarily happy with Bob Howard. 2 outs, and the batter will be the right fielder, Phil Irvin. He lined a deep left back in the 2nd. He has come close now on his last 2 at-bats to homering each time, and on top of that, nearly had a game-tying single last night. Lair snuffed that out. Dugan ran down his drive in the 2nd today, and the one last night went foul. Hall to the plate. He is outside, and it is ball 1 on Phil Irvin, also a former Cincinnati Red. This is Reds country here in Kentucky. Breaking ball for a strike. The Cincinnati airport is actually in Kentucky. The Queen City, right on the Ohio River, on the border. Ground ball down the line at third. That is a foul ball and handled in the coach's box. One ball, two strikes with two outs. All set to go again. Into the windup, and Irvin swung on and foul tipped off the slider. It'll stay 1 ball and 2 strikes. 4 hits for the Barnstormers in the game. And just like last night, Andretti Cordero has half of them. The Barnstormers only had 1 hit between the 3rd and the 11th innings last night. Cordero owned that one. They ended up with 6. Irvin leans out of the way of a high inside fastball, and now we're at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Now, Lancaster, unlike the last time we came to Wild Health Field and just devastated the Genomes in the first 2 games of the series, not much offense from the visitors here. Just getting a piece is Irvin. He stays alive. I don't know how he fought that pitch off. He was horribly off balance, but with a flick of the bat, managed to get a piece of it and defend his turn. 2-2, the continuing count on Irvin, the right-handed batter. He's 3 for 18 in the season series. He awaits the offering from Hall. The fastball is just outside. Brooks hopping around, never afraid to display a little bit of emotion. Now he gets to 3-2 on Irvin with Tejeda waiting on deck. Brooks flicking the ball in his glove, has the signal from Peroni, payoff pitch. Irvin won't chase. And that is a well-earned walk for Phil Irvin. Hall made some pretty good pitches, almost had him struck out twice. Instead, Brooks ends up allowing his first walk of the day, and it's a rematch against Tejeda. And Tejeda took him long out of the park to left center field back in the 2nd inning. This is the first time all day Hall has been forced to pitch out of the stretch. So he encounters Tejeda, that home run in the 2nd inning, his 5th of the year, his 12th extra base hit. Barnstormers play Tejeda toward the left side, Hall to the plate, and it's outside for ball 1. Dwight Smith Jr., the left fielder, waits on deck. And Brooks suddenly slightly out of rhythm here in this 4th inning. He had Irvin almost struck out a couple of times. Ended up losing him, and now he is missed with 3 straight pitches. Shaver holds the runner, who's not going. Big swing and a miss by Tejeda, who was thinking he was getting a fastball. He got a breaking ball, and the pitch ended up several inches off the end of his bat. But Tejeda not about to get cheated on the cut. 1 ball, 1 strike. Here's a guy, if there's ever an Atlantic League Hall of Fame, you have to consider. Tejeda has been one of the great hitters in this league over the last several years. Not so much this year. He's behind on that, and it's 1-2. Barnstormers with the 3-run lead for Brooks Hall as we play the bottom half of the 4th inning here in Lexington. Daytime baseball. Everybody looking forward to having the night off in downtown Lexington this evening. It's a very active town where we're staying. I mentioned last night is within a block or so of Rupp Arena. So you can imagine there's plenty to do in the neighborhood. Irvin walking lead off first. He's out there a ways. Tejeda swings and he misses. Hall and Peroni set up Isaias Tejeda pretty well, and Brooks chalks up his 2nd strikeout. No runs, no hits, no errors, 1 left. We're through 4 here today. The Barnstormers leading the Legends by the score of 4-1.
This season offers a whole line of new items from Otto's Hospitality. Dig into the world-famous Nathan's Hot Dogs. Take a trip to Otto's Cantina for a walking taco or your favorite adult beverage. Enjoy a helmet of Otto's meatballs or a sausage with peppers from the Broken Bat Deck. For the sweet tooth, there are jumbo chocolate chip cookies, Skyline cotton candy, and ice cream novelties. Or simply snack on Emma's popcorn in a variety of exciting flavors. What a great way to savor your time at the ballpark, courtesy of Otto's.
There is a weekend in July where the baseball world revolves around a village in upstate New York. Baseball Hall of Fame induction weekend in Cooperstown is an unforgettable experience full of family-friendly activities and priceless moments. Make your plans today for July 22nd through 25th for the induction of Bud Fowler, Gil Hodges, Jim Cott, Minnie Minoso, Tony Oliva, Buck O'Neill, and David Ortiz as the class of 2022. Visit baseballhall.org today for the
They're doing the dizzy bat race here, and a couple of people ended up on the field of play, and that is always the fear because there are baseballs being thrown around by the team going into defense, and you could have an accident. Barnstormers will be sending Dugan, Cordero, and Clark against Thomas Dormany here in the fifth inning. The top of the fourth ended in an unusual but not unheard of manner, with Melvin Mercedes being called out for getting in the way of Blake Swihart's attempt to throw out Sean Dunston. It goes 2 unassisted on the putout. Here is Dugan. He's 1 for 2. Dormany to the plate. Kelly tries to hold on the swing. They'll appeal to the third base umpire, Justin Clark, who rings him up at strike 1. And he did go on it. Dugan with a sharp single in the right. He scored back in the third inning. Breaking ball outside and low. And it is now 1 ball and 1 strike. Thomas Dormany, the left-hander from Florida, back into the motion. Dugan lets another breaking ball go outside and low. 2 balls and no strikes. The hottest hitter in this series on either side waits on deck, and that is Cordero. Ball 3 is well wide. Dormany fell off balance on it. 3-1, the count to Dugan. Now, he can afford to be patient here. Dormany back into the line. Here's the 3-1. Kelly will take the leadoff walk. The Barnstormers pick up the 5th walk issued by Dormany here today. Cordero will step in. He has a single and a triple already. He has driven in 3 of the 4 Barnstormers runs, and he has scored the other. Dugan, the runner at first base. You can't discount him running. He has stolen 4. Cordero with a swing and a foul as he got jammed inside by the southpaw. It is 0-1. 79 pitches for Dormany now on the afternoon. Hall is at 56. Here's the 0-1. Cordero takes a mighty cut, fouls that back, and very quickly Thomas Dormany has Andretti at 0-2. Ladarius Clark is the Barnstormers on-deck hitter. And then you get to Colton Shaver. Dugan held by Tejeda over at first. Dormany peering in that direction. Now he deals 0-2. Cordero takes a pitch in the dirt. It's blocked by Swihart. Ball 1, 2 strikes. Hall is throwing 66% strikes today, and that's about where he lives, right around 2/3. And you won't get in trouble when you're throwing strikes at that pace. The pitch, Cordero goes down swinging. So the first time that Thomas Dormany has retired Andretti today. 1 out. Here is Clark, who has walked and has a sac fly. That sac fly went a ways into the right field corner. Caught on the track by Irvin, who simply conceded the run. He was in no position to make a throw from where he caught the play. Dugan at first. He's going to take off. The pitch is outside. The Swihart throw is well late. Dugan has stolen his 5th. The Barnstormers 2 for 2, stealing bases here today. Meanwhile, a ball and no strikes on Ladarius Clark. Dugan got a great jump off of Dormany. He went on the first move. No real chance to throw him out. Swing and a miss. Clark down to a knee. 1 ball, 1 strike on Ladarius. Colton Shaver on deck. You have a couple of opportunities to drive in the run. Here's a 1-1 pitch. That is off the outside corner, and ball 2 to Clark. Lancaster up 4-1, top half of the 5th inning. The Barnstormers in this series have largely lived on pitching against the Legends. Swing and a miss, and Clark now bats at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lancaster has given up just 2 earned runs in 15 innings here. This is in such sharp contrast to our series here against the Legends last year. Clark tries to hold on the swing. This one is borderline, and they'll say he held. 3-2, the count to Clark. He may have been fortunate that Darnell Ray went with it there. It was in that real gray area. And if Ray had been working on the first base line instead of the middle infield, it might have been a different story. Here's the payoff. Clark will draw the walk. It is the second issued by Dorminey in the inning and his 6th of the day. Tough to get away with that, and Colton Shaver will try to make certain that he doesn't. Shaver is 0 for 2. He is struck out and grounded out. Lancaster with 2 runners on, 1 out here in the 5th inning. A 4-1 lead. Dorminey had been averaging about 4.7 walks per 9 innings coming in. But today has been rather drastic, and he's outside to Shaver for a ball. It is 1-0. And Dorminey not likely to be long for this game. He would really like to get a double play ball here and keep the DH working. Called strike. It is 1-1. It is Tillman Pugh, the designated hitter for the Legends today. Pete Jorgen got hurt last night, and they have activated their bullpen catcher as an emergency backup today to Swihart. Inside and low, that is ball 2. It gets away from Swihart, and the runners will move to second and third. That takes away the double play chance. Should be a wild pitch there. Dugan to third, Clark to second. Colton Shaver bats at 2 balls and a strike. He may not see much with first base open. They are going to bring the infielders in. Dugan, for a big guy, has a surprising speed. He's already stolen his 5th base of the year this inning. Now it is ball 3 to Shaver, 3-1. The switch hitting Robinson waits on deck. Lancaster trying to stretch the lead even further here in the 5th inning, already up 4-1. Dugan at third, Clark the runner at second. Colton Shaver awaits the 3-1. He'll swing and he misses. 3-2 on the Barnstormers' first baseman. With Clark at second, a base hit to the outfield likely means a 5-run lead. And to Colton, he'll take strike 3 on the outside corner. That is an enormous out for Dorminey and the Legends here today. Now it is up to Trayvon Robinson. 0 for 2 is Robinson on the afternoon. The infielders can move back. Dugan, the runner, at third. Clark is on at second. I don't see Dorminey lasting past the 5th inning, but if he gets one more out, Lexington will keep the designated hitter. Second and third with 2 gone. Robinson chases a pitch in the dirt. It is 0-1 to Trayvon. He is grounded to third, foul to the catcher. 2 walks and 2 strikeouts for Dorminey here in the 5th. The Barnstormers have had a lot of base runners today, but they haven't had tremendous success necessarily getting them home. They have left 4 men through 4 innings. Now Swihart and Dorminey will have a bit of discussion about signs. Apparently, they got crossed up on the last one. There have been 2 wild pitches already thrown by Dorminey on the afternoon. And another one here would mean another Lancaster run. 1 strike, the count to Robinson. Again, especially now with 2 outs, a base hit to the outfield is likely to mean 2 more runs. And in fact, an infield base hit could mean 2 runs. Clark, the runner at second, blazing speed. Tops on the club with 22 stolen bases for the year. To Robinson, here's the 0-1. He lets it go. A ball is outside. Anderson Felice, who has not been retired today, waits on deck, despite the fact he's facing left-on-left matchups. Runners lead off second and third. Robinson bats at 1-1. Dorminey will fire, and he is low to Trayvon. Ball 2. 2 balls and a strike. The Barnstormers have had 11 base runners in 4 2/3 innings. Lexington has had only 2. Here's the 2-1. Robinson looks at ball 3 just off the outside corner. 3 balls, 1 strike. Felice with a walk and a solid single into center field in the on-deck circle for the Barnstormers here. Robinson awaits the 3-1. He'll go for it. Line drive left field and a base hit. This will score both Dugan and Clark. Robinson around first. He'll hold on. And the Barnstormers now own a 6-1 lead. 2-run single for Trayvon Robinson, whose bat has come back to life in the latter stages of this road trip. Those are his 12th and 13th runs batted in on the season. The Barnstormers are up by 5. Anderson Felice coming in. Felice 1 out of 1 in the ball game today. Lancaster 6 runs on only 5 hits, but they have had some clutch base hits in this game. Robinson held by Tejeda over at first to Felice. It is a strike to the inside corner. It is 0-1. I still wonder exactly why they pitched to Robinson there, even though Felice has had success against Dorminey. He's at a slight disadvantage here. Anderson ground ball toward the middle again. Diving try. Phillips comes up short. Robinson is going to make the turn and head to third. Snap throw by Powell is late. Base hit for Felice, so he is perfect, and now we understand why they pitched to Robinson. Brandon Phillips gave it everything he had, and 10 years ago, maybe he comes up with that he can't keep Felice from the base hit. Anthony Peroni comes to the plate. Dorminey has thrown the ball 101 times here today, and we're going to get a quick mound visit. The Barnstormers leading by the score of 6-1 here in the 5th inning. 3 separate 2-run innings for Lancaster. 2-run single by Cordero in the first, a triple by Andretti in the third, driving in 1. He scored on a sacrifice fly, and then Trayvon Robinson with a 2-run single here in the 5th. Dorminey probably facing his final hitter of the day. It's Anthony Peroni, who's hit 2 ground balls to the shortstop for a total of 3 outs. Lancaster up 6-1 here in the 5th. The Barnstormers, if they can finish this one and win again tomorrow night, will come home having played 500 baseball on this long trip. Strike at the knees, and Peroni bats at 0-1. 2 runs across. Robinson at third, Felice at first. Thomas Dorminey works out of the stretch. He'll come to the plate, and Peroni sees a second strike. That is on the inside corner. Highly unlikely that Dorminey pitches beyond this 5th inning. He's got himself in too much trouble with walks. Runner goes, pitch beaten foul, and Felice will duck back to first. 2 strikes, the count on Anthony Peroni. Dorminey up to 103 pitches on the afternoon, 104. He's thrown 45 balls. And 0-2, Peroni sees ball 1 down low. It has been a long inning for the legends out in the field under this broiling sun. We talked about that a lot with the Barnstormers last year in all the long innings. Swinging a foul ball back. Peroni sticks around with the count of 1 ball and 2 strikes. But I think that was in part responsible for the Barnstormers' demise in September. The 11-game losing streak was all those 30, 40 pitch innings that the team in the field had to endure. Felice goes again. 1-2 is high. Swihart's throw gets into center field. And on the back end, here comes Robinson with the 3rd run of the inning. Felice will get his 2nd stolen base of the day. And then Robinson will score on the throwing error by Swihart. Trayvon didn't charge to the plate until the ball skipped on through. So it's now 7-1 with Felice in scoring position and Peroni batting at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Dorminey to the plate. He is high, and the count is full, 3-2. He could stay in to face Dunston should Peroni get on here. 3-2, slapped foul. Peroni is extending this plate appearance for all he's worth. Lancaster up by 6 here in the top portion of the 5th inning. Barnstormers 3 for 3, stealing bases in this one. Peroni ground ball down the first base line and foul, says Darnell Ray. Close to sneaking that on past Tejeda. Still 3-2. Peroni has been in the batter's box for quite a length of time here. A lot has happened during this plate appearance. 3-2 again. Dorminey ready to go, and Peroni drives another foul, this one in the air, down the right field line, curving out of play. We stay at 3-2. Does Peroni eventually get rewarded with a base hit here? Felice off a second. Here is the payoff pitch, and there's a high chopper toward the shortstop. Cuevas will charge and throw on the run. The tag is applied by Tejeda, and for the 3rd time, Peroni grounds to shortstop in the game. However, the Barnstormers pick up 3 runs in the inning. They do it with 2 hits, an error, a couple of stolen bases, a couple of walks, a wild pitch, etc., etc., etc. 1 man is left on. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th. 7-1, Barnstormers on top.
There is a weekend in July where the baseball world revolves around a village in upstate New York. Baseball Hall of Fame induction weekend in Cooperstown is an unforgettable experience full of family-friendly activities and priceless moments. Make your plans today for July 22nd through 25th for the induction of Bud Fowler, Gil Hodges, Jim Cott, Minnie Minoso, Tony Oliva, Buck O'Neill, and David Ortiz as the class of 2022. Visit baseballhall.org today for the
Hey kids, join the coolest club in town, the Storm Force. The Storm Force is presented by the Lancaster Barnstormers and Commonwealth Charter Academy. For only $25, kids under 12 get an entire summer of Barnstormers fun with 12 game tickets, a t-shirt and bag, the chance to go first when kids run the bases, exclusive activities, and coupons from Dutch Wonderland, Chocolate World, and more. Don't miss out on all the fun. Go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and sign up.
Barnstormers have built a substantial lead now for Brooks Hall as we go to the bottom half of the 5th inning. 7-1 is our score. Lancaster with 2 in the first, 2 more in the 3rd, and then they chalk up 3 runs in the 5th inning. Hall has given up still just the 1 base hit, the home run to Tejeda back in the 2nd inning. He'll work into the bottom of the 5th, and he's got certainly some breathing room on the pitch count, just 56 thrown through the first 4 innings. Dwight Smith Jr. scheduled to lead off. Blake Swihart and Manuel Geraldo to follow, all three left-handed batters. Stacked up by manager P.J. Phillips here today. Smith stepping in. He was retired on a carom back in the second inning. 3-4-1. Colton Shaver diving to the hole, got a glove on it. Mercedes there to handle the play, and feed Hall, who managed to hang on to a fairly low throw as the play ended up being rushed. Here is the offering to Smith. Fastball is outside and ball one. Hall has given up the one hit. He has walked one, and he has struck out two. The walk and both strikeouts coming in the last inning. Ball two now, down and away to Smith. Brooks had quite the wait through about a 40-pitch inning in the top of the fifth. 2 balls, no strikes to Dwight Smith Jr. The offering is hit high down the right field line. Charging in is Clark. He has time to wait, making the catch for out number 1. Brooks Hall recovering from the 2-0 count to get the fly out starting off the bottom of the fifth. Blake Swihart comes in. He is grounded out 0 for 1. 3 unassisted, a routine play to Shaver back in the second inning. Last night, Niall Ball threw 5 innings, faced 19 batters. Didn't allow a base hit. There was an error involved. Ball down low. It is 1-0. Mercedes flubbed a line drive last inning. Or not last inning, last night in the second inning. Swing and a miss. It's 1-1. And he has more than made up for it the rest of this series. He made a terrific running catch against Tillman Pugh last night on a pop fly to shallow right that would have ended the game. Speaking of pop-ups, here's one. Cordero with an easy catch over on the left side. Swihart's retired, 2 up, 2 down. Manuel Geraldo will step in. He flied to center back in the third inning. 7-1, Barnstormers leading in the fifth inning of our daytime game. It doesn't seem necessarily that Brooks Hall has been dominant in this game because he's not recording a lot of strikeouts, but he's pitching with the lead and doing a great job pitching to contact. That's lined into right. And Geraldo aboard on a 2-out single here in the bottom of the fifth, bringing on Cesar Cuevas, the shortstop. Cuevas still looking for his first hit of the series. He's 0 for 1 today on a grounder to the third baseman. Geraldo aboard with 2 outs here in the fifth. Just the third base runner against Brooks Hall. They've had a 2-out runner on now, 2 straight innings, but it's tough to build off of that. All just looking to get Cuevas and get the Barnstormers back up with the top of the order in the sixth. Hall fires at the knees for a called strike. It is 0-1. Lancaster only out hitting Lexington 6-2 today, but the Barnstormers have been the beneficiaries of 6 bases on balls. And they've been able to build the offense from there. 0-1, Cuevas won't go for it. A ball slides outside and low. It is 1-1 here to the number 9 batter. Brooks facing Boog. That would be the next matchup should the inning continue here. Brooks against Boog. Hadn't thought of that until now. Ground ball third. Cordero will go the short way for the force out on Geraldo, 5-4. So we'll have to wait until the next inning for Brooks to face Boog. We'll go to the sixth. The score, 7-1 in favor of the Barnstormers.
Are you sick and tired of washers that don't use enough water or take 2 hours to clean and don't last more than a few years? Well, come into Gockenauer's in East Petersburg now and let us show you the Speed Queen commercial grade laundry. Built the old-fashioned way with warranties up to 7 full years. Gockenauer's will deliver and install your new Speed Queen and we know you'll be fully satisfied with your purchase. Gockenauer's in East Petersburg, your hometown dealer for 73 years.
At Clipper Magazine Stadium, we have hot dogs and popcorn, peanuts, soda, and nachos. But what if, say, you are only 3 months old and mom wants to have a night out and watch the Barnstormers? Well, thanks to May Grant Obstetrics and Gynecology, the littlest of Stormer fans now have a place to go for dinner during the game. Tots can take mom to the Little Sluggers dugout behind Section 13 at the stadium for a comfortable private feeding experience. A brightly painted room with comfortable furniture and TVs tuned to the game, it is the perfect spot for baby and mom during a night at the ballpark.
Knockoffs, copycats, imitators. They all share one thing in common. They always pale in comparison next to the true original. Just like the stylish and versatile Lexus RX. The crossover that paved the way for others. And it's still the best for one simple reason. Nothing else is as good as the original. See Bobby Ray Hall Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
Into the ball game now for the Legends is right-hander Jalen Miller. Miller is 26 years of age, 6 feet tall and 190 pounds. Appearing for the 20th time, he's made one start. He's 3-2. His ERA sits at 7.27. He's given up 28 hits and 21 runs, all earned in 26 innings of work. Top of the order to face Miller here in the 6th inning. Thomas Dormany, the starter, walked 6 in 5 innings. That's the source of his undoing today. 7 runs, 6 earned. 6 hits for the Barnstormers so far. Dunston will lead it off. He is 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored today. Right-hander into the motion, and his first pitch to Dunston is over for a called strike. 0-1. Miller trying to cool off the Barnstormers here today. Ahead of Sean Dunston Jr. by the 0-1 count. Next offering, swing and a miss. And very quickly, Dunston trails at no balls and 2 strikes. So there are a couple of Jalen Millers listed. And they've played in the major leagues. This one is a mere youngster in baseball terms. Popped up third base side into a foul ground as the shortstop Cuevas circling around behind Geraldo, had trouble picking that one up. Pop out to the shortstop. We have one man down. And Melvin Mercedes will bat from the left side. Mercedes is 0 for 2. Jalen Miller from Georgetown College in nearby Georgetown, Kentucky. And that is the work he has turned in, I guess. Fouled back by Mercedes. It is 0-1. There are several Jalen Millers listed, though. That one would kind of make sense. He is listed as a reliever, but they don't have him on the online site, Baseball Reference, with data from this season. Fouled away, and he has Mercedes at 0-2. Kelly Dugan waits on deck. Dugan hasn't been able to add to his RBI total in a few days. Runs scored, yes. He's crossed the plate twice today. Mercedes against Miller, it's 0-2, and he gets jammed. A pop-up again on the left side, Geraldo and Cuevas, and it's Cuevas in behind the third baseman again for out number 2, bringing on Dugan. (7-1) Lancaster to Dugan. Fastball at the knees for a called strike. Miller has been extremely effective so far today. The pitch, broken bat, slow ground ball to the second baseman. That is handled by Phillips, and he will complete the inning. It's a very quick one for Jalen Miller. Nothing across, top half of the sixth. We are through 5 1/2 with the score, Lancaster 7 and Lexington 1.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
7-1, Lancaster on top going into the bottom of the sixth inning. Jalen Miller, the guy the Barnstormers faced in the top of the inning. The reason I couldn't match the bios up, one, there's a little bit of a typo on the birth date. And secondly, he's been an infielder in the past. He's just converted to the mound. He'd been in the Atlanta Braves organization. We go to the bottom of the sixth, and here's that matchup. Brooks against Boog. Bit of Oriole history going on here. But they're not Robinson, and it's not that Boog Powell. Brooks Hall has given up 2 hits and 1 run so far. His first pitch is a strike to Powell, who seeks his first hit of the series. He's 0 for 7, is Boog Powell. Hall comes back, gives a breaking ball, a check swing. He did not go. It is ball 1 and strike 1 on Powell leading off the bottom of the sixth. Hall has been pretty much in command throughout the afternoon. That's lined out toward right center field. Into the alley goes Clark. It takes a huge hop. Powell a wide turn at first. He would have been nailed at second. Clark making a heck of a stop out there on a high bounce in right center field, and he spun and he threw a strike into second. Powell put on the brakes well around first. He heads back. Leadoff man is on for the Legends, who try to turn the tide in this ball game, with Miller coming on and throwing a 1-2-3 inning. And now a leadoff base hit for Powell against Hall in the lower half of the sixth. The batter will be Tillman Pugh, 0 for 2. He was robbed by Mercedes the last time up. The right-hander Hall working out of the stretch, and he is outside to Pugh for ball 1. First time Brooks has gotten to the sixth inning in his 4 starts as a Barnstormer this year. And, of course, he had to get built back up coming off the Achilles injury from last season that sidelined him not too long after he got to the Milwaukee organization. He made only 2 starts at Biloxi. That is an incredibly painful injury from what I'm told. Powell leads off first. Not out to a huge lead with a 6-run deficit. Pugh with a swing and a foul tip. He barely touched it. Didn't even really alter the course. It is 1 ball and 1 strike on Pugh. Runner at first with nobody out. Infield set, double play depth behind Hall. To Pugh, 1-1, big swing and a foul ball back into the padding. It is 1 ball and 2 strikes. First time the leadoff man has been on all day for Lexington. They've had a 2-out base runner each of the last 2 innings. 1-2 delivery. Pugh fights that off. A foul over the rooftop, first base side. The stadium here in Lexington, Wild Health Field, is built as an older stadium. It's not. It was built in the early 2000s, but the concourse, all the concessions underneath the grandstand instead of on top as we have. Outside, Pugh wouldn't go for it. Now it's 2-2 on the Lexington DH, who's still around because Dorminey managed to eke out 5 innings today. It was a struggle throughout for Thomas Dorminey. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Tillman Pugh. Powell, the runner at first base. Shaver holds him. And a 2-2 is ball 3. Hall seems to be struggling for the first time all day here in this 6th inning. And the Barnstormers might be contemplating getting somebody throwing down in the bullpen. I have to lean around a barrier to see into the Lancaster bullpen. I don't see anybody throwing quite yet. Here's the payoff. Pugh rings a foul right back off of Anthony Peroni. He'll have to shake that one off. 3 balls, 2 strikes, the continuing count on Tillman Pugh. Lexington trying to build a threat in the bottom of the 6th, and a lot in the course of this game could teeter on this next pitch. 3 balls, 2 strikes on Pugh. He's 6 feet tall, doesn't really look it in the batter's box. Here's the payoff pitch. It is just low, ball 4, and Lexington now has runners at first and second with nobody out here in the bottom of the 6th inning with Brandon Phillips stepping in. Hall has managed Phillips so far today, a ground out and a called 3rd strike, but it was in the 6th inning last night when Phillips reached Niall Ball for a home run after striking out and being hit by a pitch. First and second with nobody out here in the 6th inning. Infield seeking the double play ground ball. Hall did not miss by much with that 3-2 offering. And now to Phillips, check swing, and ball 1 is off the outside corner. Mark Johnson likely not to be terribly far from a mound visit here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Hall brilliant through 5, but off his game here in the 6th inning and maybe closing in on the end of his afternoon. He comes back to Phillips. The 1-0 is lobbed foul over the stadium behind home plate. 1 ball and 1 strike. There's movement in the Barnstormers bullpen, but it does not appear that anybody's actively throwing yet. I may not be looking in the right spot, however. 1 ball, 1 strike. Powell at second, Pugh at first, nobody out. And to Phillips, it is high, ball 2. Cleanup batter Phil Irvin waits on deck. And Lexington sensing a rally here in the bottom of the 6th inning. And yes, there is action in the Barnstormers bullpen. I pick it up, and it looks like Donald Goodson is throwing. Phillips bats at 2-1. Runners lead from first and second. Hall to the plate, and it's again popped up foul, about the same trajectory as the last one. 2 balls and 2 strikes here on Phillips. Hall pitching a gem through the first 5 innings, but looks like he's laboring a little bit more here in the 6th. But he could certainly turn things around very quickly with a ground ball here. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and the Hall pitch is hit high in the air to shallow center. Streaking in is Dunston, going back as Mercedes, and it's Mercedes with the catch. Phillips is retired. Hall picks up the first out here in the 6th inning. The batter will be the right fielder Phil Irvin, who has lined to deep left, and he has walked here today. 2 on, but now with 1 out. Hall's pitch count has climbed into the 80s here in the 6th inning. The Barnstormers are up by 6. Irvin batting with Tejeda on deck. Both put a charge into a pitch from Hall back in the 2nd inning. Irvin's was caught. Tejeda's left. Powell and Pugh out to their leads once again. The first pitch missing to Irvin. It is ball 1 and no strikes. Hall having some trouble finding the strike zone consistently here in the 6th inning. He's around the edges. He's not terribly far off, but it has become an issue. Ball 1, no strikes. Hall to Irvin, swinging a foul ball back, ricocheting off the concrete and back of home plate, and out to Tejeda in the on-deck circle. And Tejeda tries to get that over the net into the crowd, misses badly, and decides to just shovel it off underneath. A ball and a strike to Irvin. Hall, a ground ball away from getting out of danger in this 6th inning. And the pitch is popped up as well. This out to right field. Clark jogging in. He will take it, and no chance for the runners to move. So Brooks has gotten through a couple of pretty dangerous hitters here in the 6th inning. And now we'll face Isaias Tejeda, the first baseman, who has slugged the home run and then struck out back in the 4th, one of just 2 for Brooks Hall on the afternoon. Hall in some trouble here in the 6th inning, but able to find enough of a ticket to get a couple of pretty big outs. If he gets through Tejeda, it would hold the momentum on the Barnstormers' side here today. 7-1, Lancaster leading. The Barnstormers went down 1-2-3 against the right-handed reliever Miller in the top of the 6th inning. All getting into early trouble in the bottom half, but he's retired both Phillips and Irvin on shallow pop flies to the outfield. Here's the pitch to Tejeda, and again it's crushed to left center field. Way back it goes, and the walls will not contain it. Did I say Tejeda may not hit another home run against the Barnstormers this year? I was wrong. A 3-run jack off of Hall here in the 6th inning, and suddenly it is a 7-4 game. It's been all Tejeda for the Lexington Legends. He has driven in a lot of runs. He's done a lot of damage to the Barnstormers over the years, and he's done it all to Hall here today. 2 outs. Dwight Smith Jr., the left fielder, will come to the plate. Hall got a bit too much of the strike zone on that. Tejeda was waiting on it, and the home runs have been just about carbon copies of one another here today. Smith Jr. stands in, 2 outs, nobody on. The lead now down to 3, and that is lined over the first baseman Shaver down into the right field corner, dug out by Clark, the runner digging for 2, and he'll make it. Smith in at second with a 2-out double. Hall got the 2 outs on the pop flies almost out of the inning, but he is coming toward the end of his afternoon. Ross Peoples coming out, the catcher Blake Swihart scheduled to come to the plate, and there will be a conversation at the mound. The third base umpire, Justin Clark, waiting for the signal to motion someone in from the bullpen. Ross has not given that signal yet. He's checking with Hall to see if he thinks he's got enough left in the tank to retire Blake Swihart here. And Ross is going to leave Brooks Hall in the game. 7-4. Even with the 2 outs, you could sense some issues here in the 6th inning after Hall pitched a golden first 5. Still, the Barnstormers are leading by 3. Swihart will step in. He is 0 for 2. Smith, the runner at second base with 2 outs following the line double over Colton Shaver's head. and down into the right field corner. Clark didn't get quite enough on the throw to have much of a chance at getting him. Now to Swihart. The fastball is outside. Another left-handed batter is on deck, and Manuel Geraldo, who had a base hit back in the 5th inning. The Barnstormers, again, the transition time. Do you go to the bullpen or not? It's been a little bit of an issue for this club. Taken low, and it is ball 2 now on Swihart. One of the keys to the inning was the close 3-2 pitch on Pugh, which was low for the 4th ball, helped to set up the inning. 7-4 ball game, bottom half of the 6th. Swihart up there 2-0. If he reaches the tying run, comes to the plate, and Hall now issues ball 3 up top. Geraldo, with a couple of home runs on the year, waits on deck. And the Barnstormers have the bullpen ready to go. 3 balls and nothing. Hall will again go back to work. Swihart taking a strike to get us to 3-1. Looked like Hall simply ran out of line here in the 6th inning. He had pitched marvelously for 5. 3 balls, 1 strike. Smith with the lead from second. The right-hander to the set. Here's the pitch. Fastball by him, 3-2. Brooks Hall trying to find the reserve tank to get the final out here in the 6th inning. Cordero, Clark, and Shaver will be scheduled in the top of the 7th as the Barnstormers will once again try to rebuild a lead here. And it is ball 4, just low. The tying run will come to the plate, and Manuel Geraldo. It's, again, a borderline 3-2 pitch, not going Brooks' way here in the 6th inning. Ross Peoples on his way out to make the change. Hall can't quite finish off the 6th. He had 2 outs on the shallow flies to the outfield, but then the homer by Tejeda, the double by Smith, and the walk to Swihart will chase him. Hall coming out after the 5 2/3 inning stint. 5 hits, only 2 strikeouts. He walks 3. The run's indeterminate as the Barnstormers will bring Donald Goodson into the ball game in a delicate spot here in the bottom half of the 6th inning. Goodson will be trying to get the final out after this.
Like craft beers? Then the best place to be in Lancaster is Clipper Magazine Stadium. That's right, celebrate baseball or just a night with your friends at the Broken Bat Deck down the right field line. The Broken Bat features more than 20 local craft breweries plus product from a local winery. Food including Otto's Meatballs is sold off a pub-style menu. So get together, hang out with your friends, or make some new ones. Enjoy a night of craft beer sampling along with a Barnstormers game.
Get out of the heat and dive under the sea this summer with Disney's Little Mermaid at Dutch Apple Dinner Theater. Join Ariel on her adventure from the sea through the human world. Based off a 1989 animated film, Disney's Little Mermaid will keep kids young and old entertained. Performances are Tuesday through Sunday with matinee and evening show options available. Each performance also includes a buffet-style meal prior to the show. Call Dutch Apple Dinner Theater at 717-898-1900 or visit us at DutchApple.com to reserve your tickets today.
Donald Goodson taking over with the tying run coming to the plate in the bottom of the 6th inning. 2 outs, Smith at second. Swihart is aboard at first. Brooks Hall departing after 5 2/3 innings. Lancaster ahead by the 7-4 score. Goodson overall has a 7.06 ERA in 17 appearances. However, in his last 6 outings, he's given up just 4 hits, a run, 1 walk, while striking out 4. The 1 run on a Michael Wilansky home run at Southern Maryland. And, well, the Barnstormers can't do anything with Wilansky anyhow. Last time out was in the series at York, and Donald threw a scoreless inning a week ago tonight. Gave up 1 hit, struck out 1. He just needs to get through the left-handed batting Manuel Geraldo, who stands in as the tying run. Goodson's year got off to a rocky start. He gave up a couple of home runs in his very first appearance against Gastonia. If I remember correctly, they were the first 2 batters that he faced this year. And then he gave up another home run to Xander Wheel in his second appearance, but just the one since. He's outside to Geraldo. Ball one, no strikes. The shortstop, Cesar Cuevas, is on deck. 7-4 Lancaster. And to Geraldo, this is popped up behind the plate. Peroni has no idea where it is, but it's far enough back that it doesn't matter. 1 ball and 1 strike. Peroni lost that in the high sky right from the beginning, but it was halfway back up the seating bowl over the net. A ball and a strike, the count to Geraldo. He is 1 out of 2 today and 1 out of 6 in the series. Smith off second, Swihart off first, Goodson to the plate. Fastball recorded as strike 2 on the inside corner. Goodson has the advantage here, trying to get the Barnstormers out of what has been a very tough bottom half of the 6th inning. The right-hander out of Detroit peering in to get the sign. 1-2, fastball is clubbed toward the gap, left center field. That is slicing in between Robinson or Dugan and Dunston. 1 run will score. They're going to send Swihart, and the relay throw is bobbled. It'll be a 2-run double for Manuel Geraldo, and suddenly we have a 7-6 game. That will go down as 2 more runs against Hall. He ends up allowing 6. Geraldo at a ball and 2 strikes with a slicing liner toward left center. Dunston able to cut it off deep into the gap, but the relay throw was mishandled. The second runner, Swihart, sent all the way. Lexington has scored 5 here in the bottom of the 6th, and now the tying run in scoring position for the shortstop, Cesar Cuevas. He is 0 for 2 on the day. Goodson giving up the 2-run double. Lancaster up by 1. First pitch is good for a strike to Cuevas. It is 0-1. 7-6 our score as Lexington has exploded here in the bottom of the 6th inning. All the runs coming with 2 outs on the home run by Tejeda and now the double by Geraldo. Next offering, ground ball, base hit into right field. Here comes Geraldo. Clark with the throw. It is offline, and we are tied. It is 7-7. Cuevas with his first hit of the series. They get to Donald Goodson in this 6th inning, and now we start all over again. Boog Powell will be the 10th man to step in here in the Lexington 6th, and this is shades of the Barnstormers here in Lexington a year ago. 7 apiece here in the bottom of the 6th inning. The Barnstormers simply got caught in the transition to the bullpen. All perhaps left out, a couple batters too long. Goodson hasn't been able to get it out, and now to Powell a strike. It is 0-1. There have been 5 hits in this inning. And again, Hall was almost out of it. He got the outs on Phillips and Irvin following the base hit and the walk. Now to Powell, a fly ball to left. Kelly Dugan will settle back on this. It's pushing a little deeper, but not quite to the track. Kelly puts it away. Brooks Hall still unable to win a game this year. He won't factor in the decision today. The Barnstormers give up 6 runs on 5 hits, no errors, and there was 1 runner left on base, bottom half of the 6th inning, and Lexington comes all the way back to tie the score. We'll go to the 7th. It is 7 apiece.
Hi everyone, Adam Gochenauer from Gochenauer Appliances, and I'm excited to tell you about a new addition to the Gochenauers family this summer season. We are now selling Titus gas grills. Titus gas grills gives you a high quality, all stainless steel grill at an affordable price, and the best thing is you can assemble it yourself in just 5 minutes. That's right, 5 minutes. Stop by to see this great grill now and mention this ad to receive a free gas grill cover with your Titus grill purchase. Gochenauers in East Petersburg.
Pennsylvanians are creating their own soundtrack. Thanks to PA Lottery scratch-offs, excitement's back. Pennies, nickels, dimes, or quarters, no matter your choice, scratching's always in order. With big top prizes and second chance drawings, thrills await. They're out there calling. If it's excitement you seek and you're looking for action, play the PA Lottery. And keep on scratching. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
Thomas Dormany is off the hook. Jalen Miller and Donald Goodson now the pitchers of record today. Lancaster will have to restart the offense with Cordero, Clark, and Shaver stepping in the top of the 7th inning. We'll see how the Barnstormers respond to the big Lexington, bottom of the 6th. 7 runs, 7 hits, 1 error, 3 left for the Legends. The Barnstormers, 7 runs on 6 hits, no errors. 5 runners have been stranded. Andretti Cordero will step in. Today, he is 2 out of 3 with 3 runs batted in. He has a single and a triple. He did strike out back in the 5th inning. To Cordero here, first pitch strike from Miller, who got through the side in order on just 8 tosses back in the 6th inning. Now, Barnstormers need to turn things back around here. 0-1, bouncing away from the catcher Swihart. It is a ball and a strike. Barnstormers 7 and the Legends 7 here in the top of 7. Cordero awaits the 1-1 delivery. Miller winds, fires. Andretti with a pop fly out to right toward the corner. And losing track of it was Irvin, but it didn't matter. It's in an unreachable spot, though still on the field. Cordero batting at 1-2 here. The Barnstormers appeared to be in great shape after scoring 3 in the top of the 5th to build a 7-1 lead. Brooks Hall was fantastic for 5 innings, but you certainly could see early signs of trouble in that 6th. They tried to get him the 3rd out. It didn't pay off. Cordero, little pop fly off the wrist out towards center. Coming on is Powell. He will make the grab, and that is 4 in a row set down by Jalen Miller. Ladarius Clark will come in with 1 out, and the base is empty. Clark has walked twice and hit a sacrifice fly. 6 2-out runs. That's worse than anything in that bottom of the 6th. Hall close to getting through it. Breaking ball inside, 1-0 on Clark. Colton Shaver waiting on deck. Now the Barnstormers need to be able to jump on something here to retake the lead. And to Clark, ball 2 is outside. It's 2-0. There's been no power in the Barnstormers sticks in this series. They have gone through almost 2 games here without a home run. They have 1 double and 1 triple. Clark swings and misses. And the count to Ladarius is 2-1. Mercedes a double last night. Cordero a triple today, both early in the contest. Ladarius Clark at 2-1 against Jalen Miller. Fastball is there, make it 2-2. Miller has largely been untouched by the Barnstormers, and he's faced the top of the order. Here is the motion and the 2-2. Clark gets jammed. He hits a little pop-up to shallow right. Brandon Phillips back for the catch. 2 outs here in the 7th, and Colton Shaver will try to get something done. He is hitless in 3 tries here today. Ross Peoples really wanted Brooks Hall to finish off that 6th inning, but left him out there by appearances now, a couple batters too long. If he gets through the 6th, you'll look like a genius. Strike 1 in on Shaver. 0-1 the count on Colton. Trayvon Robinson is on deck. Jalen Miller brings it home. Breaking ball for a strike on the inside corner. You know, I've talked about how the Barnstormers have had so much trouble against left-handed relievers, but it seems more than that. They have trouble going from a starter on one side to a reliever on the other. 0-2, taken low. Ball 1 to Shaver, 1 ball and 2 strikes. We've seen this before where the Barnstormers will get to a left-handed starter, but a right-handed reliever comes on and shuts the door. Lancaster hasn't squared up anything whatsoever against Jalen Miller, and he has control of the at-bat here, 1-2 on Colton Shaver. The pitch fired down and away, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Pugh, Phillips, and Irvin scheduled in the bottom of the 7th, and we'll see what Ross decides to do in terms of the pitching staff there. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and a Shaver, a foul ball back to the top of the net. They were ready here in the press box. Off to my right, wasn't headed for me. Colton Shaver bats at 2-2. You came out of last night feeling that the Barnstormers were poised to make a run, and you can still feel that to some extent today. Now to Shaver, he pops one up. The first baseman, Tejeda, coming over, as is Miller himself, a former infielder. Neither one can get there. The ball to the dugout rooftop. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The continuing count on Colton Shaver. The Barnstormers have a lot of elements of this game where this team should be poised to go on a long run. They have good starting pitching. They've got very fine relievers. But this transition, the 6th, 7th inning time has been very much an issue. To Shaver, he goes down swinging. Miller is retired 6 in a row. The Barnstormers seem a little back on their heels here. And now at the 7th inning stretch, we remain in a 7-7 ball game.
It's no longer about answering the most emails or pulling the most all-nighters. It's about prioritizing what's most important.
Hey, Lexus, give me directions to Eagles Peak Hiking Trail. Calculating route.
That's why the Lexus NX has an interface engineered to understand you and an available 14-inch touchscreen that's simpler and more intuitive. The Lexus NX. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
Availability and accuracy of navigation system depends on many factors. Data charges may apply.
There is a weekend in July where the baseball world revolves around a village in upstate New York. Baseball Hall of Fame induction weekend in Cooperstown is an unforgettable experience full of family-friendly activities and priceless moments. Make your plans today for July 22nd through 25th for the induction of Bud Fowler, Gil Hodges, Jim Cott, Minnie Minoso, Tony Oliva, Buck O'Neill, and David Ortiz as the class of 2022. Visit baseballhall.org today for the
Talk about the issues with the 6th and 7th innings. The Barnstormers on this long trip have lost 6 games, and in 4 of those, they had the lead in the 6th inning or later. At one point, they had the lead with 2 outs in the 9th and ended up losing at Southern Maryland. But they had a 3-0 lead and gave up a run in the 7th in that game. They lost both ends of the doubleheader on Saturday at Long Island when they led going into the bottom of the 6th inning. And here today, a 7-1 lead going into the bottom of the 6th. And still a 7-1 lead with 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th. And then the roof caved in. Donald Goodson remains on the hill for the Barnstormers. He will face Tillman Pugh, Brandon Phillips, and then Phil Irvin. 7 apiece. The Barnstormers have had their last 7 batters retired. Jalen Miller has done a great job out of the pen for the Legends today. Goodson facing Pugh, who walked and scored last inning. Swinging a tapper foul here, no balls and a strike. But this could be a byproduct of Goodson not having pitched in a week and being used very sparingly by Ross Peoples right now. Tyler Sullentrop not here. That could have been his spot to come in back in the 6th inning ordinarily. And a Pugh, the fastball missing. It is 1 ball and 1 strike. Paul had faced just 3 batters over the minimum through the first 5 innings. He was pitching very well and operating with the lead, and just couldn't get through last inning. Swing and a miss by Pugh, making it 1 ball and 2 strikes. Brandon Phillips in the on-deck circle. Robinson, Felice, and Peroni scheduled for the Barnstormers when they step in the 8th. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Goodson deals, and there's the change. Swing and a miss. Pugh is retired. Goodson seems to be settled in now. Brandon Phillips will come to the plate. He is 0 for 3. Defense set straight away against Phillips. He is grounded out, struck out, and popped out. All against Brooks Hall, the starter, who allowed 6 runs in 5 2/3, and that just seems tragic with the game he had going. To Phillips, ground ball, shortstop. Charging the play is Felice. Time to set for the throw. Phillips retired. 2 up and 2 down here in the lower half of the 7th, bringing on Phillip Ervin. He is 0 for 2 with a walk. The question, can someone spark the Barnstormers' offense over the remainder of the afternoon? Robinson, Felice, Peroni in the 8th, and you'd at least get to the top of the order for the 9th inning. Goodson will bring it home, missing high and inside to Ervin for ball 1. 1 ball and nothing. Hard to believe that the Barnstormers have gone through this series so far without hitting a home run. But this club, when it comes to the home run power, really has an ebb and a flow. Ball 2 is low on the check swing, 2 balls and nothing. Lancaster had hit a total of 11 home runs in a 4-day span earlier on this trip. Ball 3 is now low, 3-0. And this is the 4th game since then without the long ball. The final 2 at Long Island and the last night here. Cordero got awfully close back in the 3rd inning with the triple. Here's a 3-0 pitch. Ervin will get the 4-pitch walk, and that will bring on Tejeda, who has driven in 4 on a pair of rockets to left center field today. His 5th and 6th home runs of the year. And he threatens to put Lexington into the lead for the first time, not just today, but the first time in this series. The Barnstormers never fell behind last night. They carried leads of 1-0, 2-1, and then the 3-2, which held. Ervin, the runner at first base. Tejeda steps in between the home runs. He had a miserable-looking strikeout. Runner goes, and the pitch, a called strike. Peroni has the ball slip out of his hand as he goes to make the throw, and Ervin reaches scoring position on his 16th steal of the year. 1 strike on Isaias Tejeda. Here in the bottom of the 7th, a base hit now could put Lexington on top and force the Barnstormers to fight from behind. Lancaster has already stolen 3 today, and they had an out ruled on Mercedes for interfering, I should say, with Swihart on another steal attempt, that one for Dunston. Ervin leads off second. Time is called. Tejeda will back away. 7-7, bottom 7. Ervin in scoring position following the 4-pitch walk and the steal. Goodson glances back. Ground ball left side into the hole goes Felice. He will make the strong throw. Tejeda is retired, and Goodson is able to post a scoreless bottom half of the 7th. No runs, no hits, no errors, and Lexington leaves 1. We're through 7 today. The Barnstormers and Legends remain in the 7-all deadlock.
Localflavor.com, local flavor, localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me. Are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com. Local Flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com. Local Flavor. Localflavor.com. Local Flavor.
Jeff Johnson comes into the ball game in relief for Lexington after Jalen Miller is perfect for 2 innings. Johnson, a 32-year-old right-hander, 1-1 with a 6.85 earned run average, 27 hits in 22 and a third innings, 18 runs, and 17 earned. Robinson and Felice will bat from the left side against him. Anthony Peroni will attack from the right. They are the 3 hitters scheduled in the Lancaster 8th inning. A ball game that has gotten away from the Barnstormers, and definitely in the 7th inning, the club appeared a little bit shocked about the 6-run rally. Well, all with 2 outs in the bottom half of the 6th inning. Brooks Hall almost got out of the inning. Now here is Robinson. Trayvon with a 2-run single back in the 5th. 1 out of 3 on the day. Barnstormers designated hitter for the afternoon. Johnson into his motion, and the delivery to Robinson, chopped foul into the first base dugout. It is strike 1. Lancaster's last hit was the second single of the day for Anderson Felice. That came back in the 5th inning. The Barnstormers have to go back on the attack here. 1 strike, the count to Robinson. He is 6 out of 16 against the Legends on the year. The pitch is taken just inside. Johnson missing. And we have a count of 1-1. Jeff Johnson, 6-footer, 185 pounds. Made it to AAA. Here's a 1-1. Robinson, a chopper over the mound. Charging the play is Cuevas, and he can't scoop it up. Robinson safe at first, and the Barnstormers are underway here in the 8th inning. Will they challenge Johnson and Swihart? They're going to check a replay before rendering a decision. Bouncer over the mound. Cuevas charging the play. Robinson safe at first. We do not know as of yet whether that would be a hit or an error, and I'll agree, it's a tweener. They want to look at it again. Here's Felice, who's perfect on the day, 2 for 2. A walk and a couple of stolen bases. Robinson stays put, and there's a topper toward Phillips at second. They'll get the out at second and back to first. They turn the double play on Anderson Felice. 4-6-3. 2 very quick outs for Jeff Johnson here in the 8th inning, and Anthony Peroni will step in. He's 0 for 3 on grounders to the shortstop. Well, the Barnstormers, since the 3-run 5th inning, have been in a complete stall offensively. Robinson will get an infield base hit. That has now been decided. 2 outs, nobody on. Peroni steps in. Smith, Swihart, and Geraldo scheduled in the bottom of the 8th inning. Here's the pitch to Anthony, high and in tight. He has to get out of the way in a hurry, and probably was taking a pitch there to begin with. It is ball 1-0 on Peroni. Sean Dunston Jr. waits on deck. Here is the delivery. Peroni swings and lines a base hit past shortstop, and Anthony will be aboard with the 2-out single here in the 8th inning, the 8th hit for the Barnstormers in the game, and brings on Dunston. Dunston hitless in 3 tries. He does have a walk. He has scored a run. You got to get Peroni all the way around from first base here with 2 outs in the inning. Dunston has some extra base power. We have not seen him hit a home run. The pitch, Dunston tries to bunt his way on, lays down a pretty good one. On top of it is the pitcher, Johnson, and he throws the ball away down the right field line. Peroni will get the third, Dunston to second, and Melvin Mercedes has a chance to put the Barnstormers back into the lead. Dunston dropping the bunt down, forcing Johnson to make the play, and he made a wild throw, skipping past Tejeda and down the right field line. The Barnstormers will get the bunt single, and there will be a throwing error charged to Jeff Johnson, moving the runners to second and third. Now it is all up to Mercedes, who is 0 for 3 with a walk and a run scored on the day. Lancaster has the chance, but with 2 outs here in the 8th inning, you see how big the double play off the bat of Felice has been. Mercedes steps in, 8 for 20 in the season series. Johnson to the plate. Melvin tries to go down the left field line, but slightly late on it, and the ball fouled up toward the picnic area down the left field line. 1 strike to Mercedes. On deck is left fielder Kelly Dugan. 7 apiece here in the 8th inning. Lancaster 3 hits and an error in the inning, but still not a run. And to Mercedes, up and away. Ball 1, strike 1. Couple of infield singles, including the bunt, and a solid liner by Peroni. I think Robinson probably would have tried to steal if Felice could have stuck around longer on that at bat. The double play coming in very handy for the Legends. To Mercedes, 1-1, pitch is high, throw down to third base, and just back in is Anthony Peroni. They were close to picking him off, which would have been another late inning base running gaffe for this club. 2 balls and a strike to Mercedes. The count swinging into Melvin's favor. Peroni off third, Dunston off second, and now they bluff Sean back. Nobody was there to handle a throw, but Sean wasn't secure in that feeling, so he dove back in. 2 balls, 1 strike. The count on Mercedes, the second baseman. Runners take their leads. Johnson to the plate. Melvin will take ball 3, and they're flirting with getting Dugan up there in a key spot. The wind picking up even more, and it seems more than anything else to be blowing in from right field. 3-1 to Melvin Mercedes. First base is open. Here is the delivery. Mercedes lines this to left center field. It is down for a base hit. Peroni will score. On the way is Dunston. He is home. Melvin Mercedes with a 2-run single, and the Barnstormers are back ahead by the score of 9-7. Mercedes coming up with the clutch base hit here in the 8th inning, and now Dugan steps in with 2 outs and the runner at first. The Barnstormers with their 4th hit off of Johnson in this 8th inning. Right now, of the 2 runs, 1 would be unearned. It all depends on what Dugan does. 1 out of 3 with 2 runs scored for Dugan today. Johnson's pitch, and Kelly drives a foul off to the left side and out of play. His timing still ever so slightly off. Those balls that he was pulling out of the yard to right, he's now fouling back in the opposite direction. And it's a split-second issue. You see it with left-handed power hitters. You'd see it all the time with Casey Hobson. He would get into those little ruts, and it's not much of a difference. Mercedes leads off first to Dugan, 0-1, and he fouls another one to the left side. It is a second strike on the Barnstormers' left fielder. 0-2 the count, Andretti Cordero, the third baseman, the on-deck hitter. Should Dugan succeed here. 9-7. Lancaster back ahead here in the 8th inning. We'll see how Ross Peoples plays the bullpen. To Dugan, 0-2 pitch, looped out the left field. That has a chance to get down. It will land foul. And still 2 strikes to the Barnstormer left fielder. That could have conceivably scored another run. Had that dropped in fair territory, it was going to be a long run for Dwight Smith Jr., and that was that type of pop fly. If it had dropped, it would have spun well into foul territory, and Mercedes, coming all the way with 2 outs, might have been able to score on it. 0-2, the count to Dugan. Johnson will go back to work. Here's the motion and the pitch. It is low, and ball 1, 1-2, with Cordero waiting to bat next. 10 hits for the Barnstormers on the day, and just 1 for extra bases. The Cordero triple off the fence in right center back in the 3rd inning. But they have gang tackled Jeff Johnson with singles here in the 8th inning. Here is the 1-2, line drive, and that's just foul down the right field line. Dugan just missing the stripes for a second time on this at bat. 1 in each direction. Still 1-2 on Kelly. Mercedes has just singled in the go-ahead runs here in the 8th. They have Dugan largely played straight away, which hardly anybody does. Here is the offering. Dugan swings and misses. He got tied up inside, so he is gone on strikes on technically a foul tip. In the inning, the Barnstormers pick up 2 runs, 4 hits. There was an error on a throw, and 1 man is left on base. Bottom half of the 8th coming up. The Barnstormers have the lead once again. It is Lancaster 9 and Lexington 7.
Get out of the heat and dive under the sea this summer with Disney's Little Mermaid at Dutch Apple Dinner Theater. Join Ariel on her adventure from the sea through the human world. Based off a 1989 animated film, Disney's Little Mermaid will keep kids young and old entertained. Performances are Tuesday through Sunday with matinee and evening show options available. Each performance also includes a buffet-style meal prior to the show. Call Dutch Apple Dinner Theater at 717-898-1900 or visit us at DutchApple.com to reserve your tickets today.
Being over 55 does not mean a ticket, it means 10 with the Silver Stormers Club presented by the Lancaster Barnstormers and Audiology Associates of Lancaster. Anyone 55 and over can enjoy baseball action at every Tuesday home game for only $50 on the season. That is nearly a 70% savings. Members also receive a special Silver Stormers t-shirt to wear proudly at the stadium. For more information or to sign up, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and look in the season tickets section.
Donald Goodson stays out there for the lower half of the 8th inning. Smith, Swihart, and Geraldo will be facing him. Lancaster 9 and Lexington 7. The throw from Peroni sends Mercedes sprawling backwards. Melvin has made a couple of big defensive plays today and now comes up with the go-ahead single in the 8th inning. The Barnstormers are beginning now to get those late inning base hits that had eluded them for much of the season. Last night, not so much a base hit, although Shaver and Robinson both had base hits with the runner at second base in the 11th inning last night. Neither one got a run home. Lair picked up the bases loaded walk to drive in the go-ahead run. We saw some late inning hits at Long Island. Now Goodson goes to work here. Fastball popped onto the outside corner for a called strike on Dwight Smith. It is 0-1. Smith doubled over the head of the first baseman Shaver his last time up. 1 out of 3 today. Here's the 0-1. Ground ball to first. This will be routine for Colton. He's going to take it himself. 3 unassisted. Goodson has now retired 5 of the last 6 after giving up back-to-back hits to start his afternoon. Blake Swihart coming in. He's 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored. The question now becomes, do we see Schumann in the 9th inning? Or they're going to test out that arm? It has been a month and a half since Scott has thrown in a game. Or where else might we go? First pitch strike from Goodson to Swihart. It is 0-1. The other option is to just let Donald Goodson roll with this. He can go a few innings, and he seems to be in a pretty good rhythm now. Taken high for a ball, 1-1. Swihart is the last man Goodson sees for a first time. He walked against Hall on a close 3-2 pitch back in the 6th inning to bring the tying run to the plate. Goodson now is outside for ball 2. And he falls behind Swihart at 2-1. Lancaster leads by 2 here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Singles by Peroni and Dunston. Dunston was a bunt. The ball thrown away by Jeff Johnson. Melvin Mercedes coming up with a big 2-run single. Fastball now misses. And Swihart bats at 3-1. There is action. A right-hander throwing in the Lexington bullpen, and the Barnstormers also with some activity. 3-1, Swihart will get the walk. And that will once again bring the tying run to the plate for the Lexington Legends. Manuel Geraldo, last time up, sliced a double to the alley in left center field. And then he scored on a single by Cesar Cuevas to tie up the game. I'm treating Cesar Cuevas like Andorra treated Darren Stevens, calling him everything but his proper first name. Douglas, Durwood, whatever else it was. 9-7. Infield set, double play depth. Goodson will chase Swihart back with a throw. Barnstormers intent on keeping the double play in order. Lancaster with a right-hander throwing. Not certain at the moment which one. Goodson will bring it home, and it's a strike called. Manuel Geraldo bats at 0-1 here. Tying run at the plate. He's 2 for 3 with a run scored, 2 runs batted in on the day. Lancaster's infielders set up at double play depth. Goodson getting the sign from Anthony Peroni, the right-hander out of the stretch, will bring it home, and that's bang foul to the left. He has Geraldo at 0-2. Can't quite tell which right-hander that is in the Lancaster bullpen. No balls, 2 strikes. The count on Geraldo. Felice and Mercedes looking for a chance here. Barnstormers turned a couple last night. The pitch is low, knocked down by Peroni. And that is ball 1, 1-2. Well, they turned 1 last night on Tejeda in the 8th inning against Chase Johnson. One out, one on. Lower half of the 8th inning. Swihart takes a lead. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Goodson to the set and the pitch. He is high with it. And now 2-2. Cesar Cuevas waiting on deck. Lexington maybe a little bit thin on the bench. Cuevas left for a pinch hitter in the 10th inning last night, and Montrell Marshall came through with a base hit. There goes the runner. The pitch is knocked foul to the left again. Will remain 2 balls and 2 strikes on Geraldo. The Barnstormers had a 7-1 lead going into the bottom of the 6th today, and 6 runs crossed, all with 2 outs for the Legends to tie it. Melvin Mercedes coming up with a big 2-run single with 2 outs in the top of this 8th inning, putting the Barnstormers back into the lead. But Lexington again threatens. Runner at first base with 1 out, 2 balls, 2 strikes. The count on Geraldo. Melvin to the set. Here's the pitch. Slammed into right field, a base hit. That puts the tying runs on for Cuevas. Here in the 8th inning, do we see the Barnstormers make a move? Swihart up to second. Geraldo is on at first. And the Barnstormers signal to the bullpen. That will be it for Donald Goodson. Goodson with a blown save technically today, but could end up being the winner. It depends on what happens here. The tying runs are on. Goodson will depart. And the Barnstormers go back to the bullpen with the tying runs on here in the 8th inning. And we'll let you know who's coming in from beyond the left field wall in a moment here on Lancaster Barnstormers baseball.
Celebrate the history of our national pastime at the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown. See priceless treasures that will bring your baseball memories to life. Connect with events that have shaped and changed the game and our country. Our stories to tell, your memories to share. Plan your family visit today at baseballhall.org. See you in Cooperstown, where the journey becomes legend.
They say to truly understand someone, you must walk a mile in their shoes. Well, at Lexus, we designed the ES with you in mind every step of the way. From class-leading legroom in the back to positioning the touchscreen 4 inches closer to you in the front. Everything in the Lexus ES, a direct reflection of you. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
2022 ES versus 2021-2022 competitors. Information from manufacturers' websites as of 5/3/2021.
For the youth of our area, the Barnstormers are offering a wide variety of camps throughout the summer to teach everyone some tips on baseball and softball. Camps are offered to kids as young as 4 and as old as 12. Some even involve the parents. They run from June 11th all the way through September 17. For more information, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and click on the Youth Baseball tab. All presented by Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster and Play It Again Sports.
Cole Aker over the last 5 games has a win and a save, both in extra innings for this Barnstormers club. 1-0 or 1-1 with that save, and his earned run average has dropped substantially now to 3.29. 13 2/3 innings, 9 hits, 6 runs, 5 earned, with 8 walks and 9 strikeouts, but he has pitched scoreless baseball on just 1 hit in his last 6 appearances, covering 7 2/3 innings. Ball game in a tight spot right now. Lexington has the tying runs on here in the bottom of the 8th. Donald Goodson, in an inning and 2/3, gave up 3 hits and 2 walks. He had 1 strikeout along the way. Cesar Cuevas will stay in here in the 8th inning. Swihart at second, Geraldo at first. The runners take off, and the pitch is low. Now the tying runs are in scoring position on the double steal. They had a huge jump off of Aker. Swihart to third, Geraldo to second. A base hit could again tie us up. Cordero, Clark, and Shaver scheduled for the Barnstormers in the top of the 9th inning. Cuevas bats at 1-0. The double play possibility departs. Cuevas had the game-tying single back in the 6th inning on a smash into right. Trying to do the same here in the 8th. Aker at 1-0. He delivers, and this is looped foul down the right side and out of play. Aker working to him at a ball and a strike. Last night, Aker got Phillips to pop the second. He struck out Tejeda looking, and then Irvin, after that scary drive down the left field line, grounded out on a nice play made by Trace Lair, closing out the ball game as the Barnstormers secured the 3-2 win. 1 ball, 1 strike to Cuevas. The right-hander Aker into the motion. Breaking ball lined left field and a base hit. This will score Swihart. Geraldo is being held at third. Throw in from Dugan, cut off by Cordero. It's now 9-8, and the tying run is at third with 1 out in the inning, and Boog Powell stepping in. Well, the Barnstormers haven't had any success starting off their performances out of the bullpen today. The bottom of the order getting to Goodson and now getting to Aker. So it's first and third with 1 out. The tying and the lead runs are on for the Legends. Curious to see if Austin Adams will be available today. He worked 2 innings last night. and they weren't necessarily quick ones. Geraldo at third, Cuevas at first, one out. Aker to Powell, and that is a strike. It is 0-1. Tillman Pugh, the designated hitter, waits on deck. Lancaster 9, Lexington 8 in the bottom of the 8th inning. The Barnstormers had just retaken the lead on the Mercedes base hit in the top of the frame. Aker to the set to Powell, 0-1, banged foul to the left. Cole has Powell at no balls and 2 strikes. Right-hander, born in Tennessee and then ended up in North Carolina. Went to UNC, Cole Aker, out of the St. Louis Cardinals organization, working to maintain the lead here in the bottom half of the 8th inning. No balls, 2 strikes to Boog Powell. Aker comes to the set, winds, brings it home, and it is a ball outside and low. 1-2. Powell 1 for 4 in the ball game today. He started off the 6-run 6th inning with a base hit into right field against Hall. He flied out against Goodson to end that inning. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Aker goes to work. Powell with a pop fly out to left. This is trouble coming in. Dugan, he can't get there, and the ball bounces past him. This is going to score the tying run, and they're going to wave Cuevas as well. The throw will be offline, and ending up going to third on the throw is Powell. It's 10-9 Lexington here in the 8th inning. That will be a 2-run double by Powell, and the game has once again unraveled for the Lancaster Barnstormers. Still only 1 out with the runner at third. Dugan racing in from left field, could not make the play. Cuevas with good speed sent all the way around first. The Barnstormers unable to get a throw on line to the plate. So it's 10-9, and Tillman Pugh will try to tack on a run here in the bottom half of the 8th inning. Kelly Dugan tried to make the desperation sliding grab out in shallow left field. Couldn't come up with it. The ball hopped away on the turf. And now Lancaster will have to play from behind in the top of the 9th inning for the first time all day. Infield pulls in. The first pitch to Pugh is a called strike. It is 0-1. Cole Aker unable to pick up an out. Same thing that happened to Goodson, the first 2 batters picking up base hits. Here is the motion and a breaking ball outside on Pugh. It is 1-1. Brandon Phillips waiting on deck. The Barnstormers giving up 7-1 and 9-7 leads here today. This bullpen just cannot get locked down. But again, you have Graham and Schumann coming back, we hope, for the second half. And it could be an entirely different story with that pen. It's still a little bit chaotic out there. Aker in a completely different role today than he was in last night to a large extent. 2 balls and 1 strike now to Tillman Pugh. Powell, a runner at third with just 1 out. The inning started with a harmless ground ball to Colton Shaver, but the last 4 have reached. Here is the 2-1 on Pugh. He tries to hold on the swing, and he could not. 2-2 with Phillips waiting on deck. Again, you've got the middle of the order coming up for the Barnstormers in the 9th. Cordero, Clark, and Shaver with Robinson in the hole. Lancaster down by 1 and possibly more. Pugh trying to get the 4th run of this inning home. Here is the wind and the pitch. Swung on and missed. That is a big out for Cole Aker. The second out of the inning that he still has to get through Phillips, who is 0 for 4. Powell's little pop fly out to left, dropping in and getting away from Dugan. Geraldo scoring easily, and Cuevas coming all the way around from first on the play, with Lexington taking the lead. The Legends 9 runs, all of them earned in the last 3 innings. There's been the long home run by Tejeda, a bunch of singles and a couple of doubles. Here's the pitch, popped up by Phillips, out of play to the right. It is 0-1, so both Goodson and Aker charged with blown saves today. Both coming in and giving up a double and a single in opposite orders to the first two batters in key situations before being able to settle into the game. 0-1, the count to Phillips. Powell leads off third. Here is the delivery from Aker, and this is a towering fly ball to center. Dunston, shielding his eyes from the bright afternoon sun, makes the catch. Oh, no more damage, but Lexington scores 3 runs on 3 hits, no errors, and the runner left at third. The Barnstormers have to recover in the top of the 9th. We go there with Lexington now leading 10-9.
This season offers a whole line of new items from Otto's Hospitality. Dig into the world-famous Nathan's Hot Dogs. Take a trip to Otto's Cantina for a walking taco or your favorite adult beverage. Enjoy a helmet of Otto's meatballs or a sausage with peppers from the Broken Bat Deck. For the sweet tooth, there are jumbo chocolate chip cookies, Skyline cotton candy, and ice cream novelties. Or simply snack on Emma's popcorn in a variety of exciting flavors. What a great way to savor your time at the ballpark, courtesy of Otto's.
There is a weekend in July where the baseball world revolves around a village in upstate New York. Baseball Hall of Fame induction weekend in Cooperstown is an unforgettable experience full of family-friendly activities and priceless moments. Make your plans today for July 22nd through 25th for the induction of Bud Fowler, Gil Hodges, Jim Cott, Minnie Minoso, Tony Oliva, Buck O'Neill, and David Ortiz as the class of 2022. Visit baseballhall.org today for the
An interesting call made by P.J. Phillips, but he might have been reading stat sheets. He goes to left-hander Daniel Gibson to close it out today. Now, Austin Adams, the general closer for this Lexington ball club, threw 2 innings last night. He worked the 9th and the 10th, and his pitch count was over 30. He will sit the opportunity today. Gibson threw 1 inning last night, but it was a quick one. He only tossed 9 pitches, got the side in order. Cordero, Clark, and Shaver, all right-handed batters, are due at the plate in this top half of the 9th inning, and can the Barnstormers find a way to get a run on the board? Lancaster has not won a ball game this season when it is trailed going into the final inning. Lexington putting on an all-out assault over the last 3 innings. They got to Brooks Hall, and then both Goodson and Aker gave up hits to the first 2 batters that they faced. And in one case, Lexington tying the game, and in the latter case, taking the lead after Melvin Mercedes had put Lancaster back on top. So at the moment, Johnson would be the winner, and the loss would go to Aker. So he would have a win, a loss, and a save in the span of 6 games for the Barnstormers, unless Lancaster can score here in the top half of the 9th inning. Cordero leads off. He is 2 for 4 with 3 runs batted in. Daniel Gibson shrugs the shoulders, delivers, and Cordero goes after the first pitch, popping it foul, back and out of play. And that is going to hop just shy of the press box and maybe a little over to the right. 1 strike to Cordero. Again, Andretti is a better hitter, it seems, in the first half of a game than he is the second half of the game. All his hits, his first 3 plate appearances last night, and he had hits the first 2 trips in this one. Gibson delivers 0-1, screamed but fouled down the left field line. Geraldo was largely guarding the stripe. No balls and 2 strikes on Andretti Cordero. Ladarius Clark is gone now 3 straight games without a base hit. He waits on deck, and Colton Shaver has come up empty today. 0-2. The count to Cordero. Gibson ready to go. The pitch high and wide, wasted out there on the fastball. It is 1-2 on Andretti. Barnstormers with 10 hits today. The offense has been strong, though largely without any power. Base running game's been good. To Cordero, ground ball second. Brandon Phillips will corral it and make the easy throw to first. That is one gone here in the ninth inning. That brings on Ladarius Clark, who is 0 for 1 today with 2 walks and a sacrifice fly. The Barnstormers were in great shape going into the bottom of the sixth. They led 7-1. Brooks Hall was cruising. But ever since then, it has been, by and large, a disaster for the Barnstormers pitching staff. They have not been able to get outs, especially key outs, allowing 5 batters in a row to reach in the 6th inning and another stretch of 4 in a row in the bottom of the 8th. Ball outside to Clark. It is 1-0. Lancaster trying to force Lexington to bat in the bottom half of the inning. 1-0 to Clark, and Gibson hangs another one up there outside and high. Ball 2-0 to the Barnstormers right fielder. Shaver waiting on deck. The hits are even at 10. 2 home runs for Asias Tejeda and a couple of big doubles in the late innings for the Legends. It's a Clark 2-0. He lets that ride, and it's ball 3 off the outside corner. Clark with a chance to reach base, and of course he is a deadly thief when he's on. 3 balls and nothing on Ladarius Clark. Gibson ready to go, and Clark goes for the 3-0. He hits it high to right field. This is routine for Irvin, except the sunlight's bothering him, and staggering at the end, he makes the catch. The Barnstormers nearly caught a break with the high sky, but instead it's 2 outs, and Colton Shaver the final hope for the Barnstormers here this afternoon. What a dramatic turnaround to the negative in the ball game here today. Lancaster has done a lot that has been very good in this game, but they haven't been able to get the critical outs here in the latter innings. And Lexington roaring back with a 9-run rally. Shaver is 0 for 4. He has struck out 3 times. Here's the pitch, and it is low, ball 1. Trayvon Robinson waits on deck. He's had hits his last 2 times up. Not even the 2-run single for Mercedes in the top half of the 8th has been enough to hold off Lexington. 1-0, Shaver looks at a strike to the outside corner, and the count is even at 1 each. Daniel Gibson working to Colton Shaver. The Barnstormers down to their final out. Shaver 9 homers on the year. He'll take ball 2. It is now 2-1. The Barnstormers have done the job today by and large, hitting with runners in scoring position. You can't find fault with the offense necessarily. It's 2 guys coming in out of the bullpen and allowing hits to the first 2 batters they faced. That has created the issues. 2-1 to Colton Shaver. Gibson will fire, and he misses outside. It is 3-1. Clark went for the 3-0, flying out to right, but a situation where you understand Ladarius having the green light. To Shaver, here's the 3-1, taken for a second strike. The count is full. It is 3-2. Full count pitch coming. Shaver now at least has to keep the game alive. Here's the 3-2, and he just gets a piece of that. The count continues at full. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Colton Shaver. There are too many good arms in the Barnstormers bullpen for leads to continue to get away. 3-2. Shaver awaiting. Gibson fires, and there's a high drive left field. Back on this goes Smith. Way back it goes. And the walls will not contain it. Colton Shaver has tied the game with his 10th home run of the year. A tremendously high fly ball that carried well beyond the walls in left. He caught hold of the 3-2 pitch, and the Barnstormers are still very much alive here in the 9th inning. Trayvon Robinson will now step in, and we have yet another lead getting away here in the late innings. Robinson to the plate. He is 2 for 4. He has driven in a couple of runs and scored one. 10 apiece here in the 9th inning. And to Robinson, it's a little bit high and outside, ball one. So Shaver with the dramatic home run in the top of the 9th. Both teams reach double figures. Irvin, Tejeda, and Smith are scheduled in the bottom of the 10th, or bottom of the 9th inning, rather. And now to Robinson, a foul ball back into the screen. It is 1-1. Lancaster with the 11th hit today, the first to leave the ballpark. One ball, or rather, scoreboard reads 0-2 to Robinson. Gibson focusing in on Swihart's target and indicators. Robinson awaiting the pitch, and that's a breaking ball low. Robinson gets the ball. It is 1-2. Anderson Felice waits on deck. 2 balls and a strike, rather. Thought that first pitch had been a ball. The scoreboard and I were having a little bit of an argument. I was right, as it turns out. 2-1. To Robinson. Bouncing ball along the third baseline, foul. 2-2 to the Barnstormers DH. He had a 2-run single off of Dormany back in the 5th inning on a liner to left center and reached on a scratch hit to lead off the 8th. That was wiped out as Felice grounded into the double play, but the Barnstormers were able to reload on singles by Peroni and Dunston, a throwing error on Dunston's, and then Mercedes' 2-run single. 2 balls, 2 strikes, the count to Robinson. The pitch stays outside. Robinson pushes it to full here. It is 3-2. And our ball game again today has reached 3 hours in length. We're not playing too many fast ones here these days. The Barnstormers might be going to extra innings for the 3rd time in the last 6 games. 3-2 to Robinson. Gibson ready to go. The payoff pitch, again, bounded foul over toward third. Down around the camera well, it kicks out, and Ross Peoples is left to chase after this one down the left field line. Robinson batting 3-2 following the Colton Shaver blast to straightaway left field that's tied the score here. Full count pitch coming from Daniel Gibson, the lefty ready to go. Robinson lines this to left center field, and he's got a base hit. The go-ahead run now on. Powell will fire into second. Robinson's 3rd hit of the day. The Barnstormers now with a total of 12, and Anderson Felice will step in. Felice is 2 for 3 with a walk. Anthony Peroni on deck for the Barnstormers. Robinson's bat has sprung back into action. He now has 7 hits over the last 3 games. He is 7 out of 13. Go-ahead run down to first base, carried by Robinson. 2 outs in the inning. Felice will stride in. And it certainly would not be a shock if Robinson took off for second here to try and move the go-ahead run into scoring position. Again, the 4, 5, and 6 hitters are due up in the bottom of the 9th for the Legends. To the plate, Felice has to bail. It's ball 1 and no strikes. Daniel Gibson was 1 strike away from closing out the afternoon when Colton Shaver got hold of a pitch and slammed it out to left field. And that final out still has not come here in the top of the 9th inning. The pitch to Felice. He swings and misses. 1 ball, 1 strike. We still haven't seen Robinson move. 12 hits on the day for the Barnstormers. The offense, except against Jalen Miller, has been outstanding here today. But Lexington able to pile up a bunch of runs against the Barnstormers bullpen. 1-1. Felice will take a second strike. It is now 1-2. Peroni in the on-deck circle for the Barnstormers. Legitimately, they only have Trace Lair back. More guys are on this trip, but I think Schumann would have been used, perhaps. And Hoover has not gotten into a game. There goes Robinson. The pitch is inside. Swihart's throw gets away, and Trayvon is in with the steal. That is his second. Anderson Felice bats at 2 balls and 2 strikes, and he can give Lancaster the lead with a base hit. As the nearly 35-year-old Trayvon Robinson displays he still has some wheels. 10 apiece in a wild matinee here in Lexington. Felice trying for his third base hit. Robinson leading from second. Here is the set. Gibson to the plate. And there's a slow ground ball on the right side into the hole. Phillips will take it. The throw to first. Not in time. Anderson Felice beats it out. And Anthony Peroni will bat with runners at the corners. Anderson Felice with a grounder to the hole on the right side. And we're going to have certainly some argumentation over that call. Isaias Tejeda not terribly happy with Darnell Ray at the moment. He wasn't the man covering. Gibson was. So it is first and third. P.J. Phillips out there having a word with Ray also. Robinson 90 feet away with the go-ahead run. 13 hits now for the Barnstormers on the afternoon. And Anthony Peroni, who is 1 for 4, finally got a ball past Cesar Cuevas, the shortstop, his last time up, with a chance to give Lancaster the lead. Lexington in a position where it cannot afford a mistake here. Robinson over at third, Felice, the runner at first, 2 outs in the inning. They'll focus on getting Peroni. Gibson down to the set position, and Peroni swings, hits a fly ball to dead center field. This will be played by Powell and end the inning. Well, the Barnstormers unable to take the lead despite applying 2-out pressure, but they tie it up 1 run on 3 hits with no errors. 2 are stranded. Bottom of the 9th will be coming your way. And our score, the Barnstormers 10, the Lexington Legends 10.
There is a weekend in July where the baseball world revolves around a village in upstate New York. Baseball Hall of Fame induction weekend in Cooperstown is an unforgettable experience full of family-friendly activities and priceless moments. Make your plans today for July 22nd through 25th for the induction of Bud Fowler, Gil Hodges, Jim Cott, Minnie Minoso, Tony Oliva, Buck O'Neill, and David Ortiz as the class of 2022. Visit baseballhall.org today for the
Hey kids, join the coolest club in town, the Storm Force. The Storm Force is presented by the Lancaster Barnstormers and Commonwealth Charter Academy. For only $25, kids under 12 get an entire summer of Barnstormers fun with 12 game tickets, a t-shirt and bag, the chance to go first when kids run the bases, exclusive activities, and coupons from Dutch Wonderland, Chocolate World, and more. Don't miss out on all the fun. Go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and sign up.
Wes Tunnel comes on here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Tunnel, the winning pitcher last night. And we're seeing some of the same cast of characters for both of these bullpens that we saw last night. Gibson appearing for the 2nd consecutive game, and for the Barnstormers, Aker and Tunnel. Tunnel will meet up with Anthony Peroni before beginning to throw. Cole Aker worked just 2/3 of an inning. He gave up 2 hits, and he was charged with 1 run. Donald Goodson ended up allowing 3. He struck out Pugh. That was huge to keep the deficit at 1 going into the top of the 9th. The Barnstormers have tied things. Tunnel to face Irvin, Tejeda, and Smith in the bottom of the 9th. It's been a tough day for the Barnstormers relief corps after, at times, a fabulous road trip. The relievers have given up 4 runs on a total of 5 hits and a couple of walks over 2 1/3 innings, but they also allowed a couple inherited runners to score. Philip Irvin almost won it last night for Lexington and then grounded out the 3rd for the final out of the game. He'll step in. He is 0 for 2 with a couple of walks today. Like Aker, Tunnel has been pitching very well. He has not given up a run since the 4th of June against Southern Maryland. In that span, 7 1/3 innings, 3 hits. He has walked 4, struck out 7. Irvin will get the bottom of the 9th inning going. Tunnel will fire, and it's taken for a strike on the inside corner, 0-1. West Tunnel, a converted position player from college. He had a lot of success in the Arizona farm system back in 19. After the pandemic, not quite the same. Swing and a miss. It is 0-2. He struggled last year, and at the outset of this season, went to the Mexican League for a little bit, and now settling back down as a Barnstormer, and he has been very, very good in his recent appearances. 2 strikes that count to Irvin. Tejeda, who's homered twice today, waits on deck. Tunnel is ready, and the 0-2, missing for a ball, and a 1-2 count on the right fielder, Irvin. Should we get to the 10th inning, Peroni will be the runner at second. Dunston, Mercedes, and Dugan would be the scheduled hitters for the Lancaster Barnstormers. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Tunnel will bring home a curveball, and it's fought off on a check swing. I think that pitch was going to be there. Irvin able to fight it away. Still 1-2 from Tunnel. The Barnstormers continue to miss Josh Graham and Scott Schumann at the back end of the bullpen. They get slotted into 8 and 9. Everything else would tend to fall into place. Here is the 1-2. Irvin lets it go. Fastball high and tight. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Tunnel trying to become the first reliever today to retire the first batter that he faces. Goodson gave up a double to Geraldo, and Aker a single to Cuevas. Here's a 2-2. High pop fly on the right side. Colton Shaver coming over through the coach's box, the wind taking it, and Colton runs out of room. Shaver got to the dugout railing, and the ball just blew away from him. Dropping into the camera well, and it will continue. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Irvin. When that came off the bat, it looked like Shaver had a fairly easy play. The wind has picked up again, blowing in from right. Philip Irvin gets another shot at 2-2. Tunnel ready to go, and West into the windup. Here's the 2-2. Off the wrists and fouled. The battle continues. Pitch number 8 coming. 10-10 our score. Lancaster with 13 hits to Lexington's 10. The Barnstormers have drawn 6 walks to 5 for the Legends. The Legends have been guilty of both errors. But the ball game tied. Both teams have come up with some key 2-out hits in this game. It's been a back and forth battle. 2-2 to Irvin. Tunnel to the plate. Strike 3 called. Phillip Irvin down on strikes, so Tunnel gets his afternoon started successfully with 1 out. Here is Tejeda, the nemesis of Brooks Hall today. 2 for 4 with a pair of home runs for Esias Tejeda. It would be interesting to look back to the 2018 season. If I were home, I would have had the ability to do this to see what Tejeda did against Hall there. But he mangled a couple of pitches this afternoon. Grounded out against Goodson back in the 7th. 1 out, nobody on. Tunnel goes to work on Tejeda. Breaking ball, misses the outside corner for a ball. It is 1-0. Dwight Smith Jr., a left-handed batter, waits on deck. The Barnstormers try to push this to extra innings. We have had some late nights in this afternoon, a lot later than planned. 1-0, and to Tejeda, check swing. Again, the pitch off the outside corner. He did not go on it, and it is 2-0 to Esias Tejeda. Tejeda, coming into today, had just been 2 for 17 with 1 run batted in against the Barnstormers in the 4 previous meetings between these 2 ball clubs. Lancaster winning 3 out of the 4. Tejeda with the edge, 2-0. Defense basically straight away here, and the Tunnel pitch is over but low. He drops behind Tejeda 3-0, and it's almost a certainty that Tejeda would have the green light here. 3-0. Tejeda struck out against Hall back in the 4th inning, one of just 2 for Brooks in the game. 3-0. Here's the Tunnel pitch, and he loses Tejeda on the 1-out walk here in the 9th. Dwight Smith Jr. will step in. Smith has pulled everything in this game. He doubled and scored in the 6th inning. He has twice grounded out on the right side. One Shaver unassisted, the other Shaver deflecting a liner to Mercedes. And the remaining time up, he flied out to Clark and right. 1 out, 1 on. Smith, the batter, the winning run, standing at first base, carried by Tejeda, who does not run terribly well. Infield sets, double play depth. Tunnel will go to work on Smith. The runner bluffs. And there's the 5th pitch in a row out of the zone from West Tunnel. Well, the Barnstormers bullpen just is not having its best of days. Last night, we saw 4 shutout innings from the relief staff on 2 hits with 5 strikeouts. And the game before that, Sullentrop and Tunnel working a couple of scoreless innings on Long Island. Here's the pitch, swing and a miss by Smith. So the drought is over for West. It is 1-1 strike here. Smith batting with Tejeda at first, 1 gone. The Barnstormers need 2 outs to get to the 10th inning. And trying for their 3rd straight extra inning win. Smith with a foul to the net. And it is a ball and 2 strikes. Colton Shaver with a last-ditch home run in the top of the 9th inning. The count was 3-2 with 2 outs and nobody on. The Barnstormers trailing by 1. And Shaver hit a ball. We would have had to have had a hurricane for that to stay in. Shaver holding Tejeda aboard. Here's a 1-2, swung on and fouled back. So Smith will stay alive. The ball a little too hot for Peroni to handle. Dwight Smith remains alive. Another left-handed batter is on deck, and Blake Swihart. "23 hits in this ball game. We have seen a dozen walks. Couple of errors, 3 homers. 1 ball, 2 strikes. You can see the breeze against Tunnel's jersey. Here's the pitch, and this is driven foul to the left and out of play. Will continue with a count of 1-2. This ninth inning alone seems to have taken an eternity, and definitely the last inning and a half. We had the opportunity to get this game in under 3 hours, and we're still playing the ninth, and we're at 3:18 here. 1-2, Tejeda holds. Smith swings and just brushes another one foul. Tunnel has almost had him twice. 1 ball, 2 strikes, the continuing count. The hair largely piled up under West Tunnel's baseball cap. One and two. Smith awaiting once again. Tejeda, short lead off of first, and Tunnel will deliver. This is popped up on the left side of the diamond. Taking charge, Cordero for out number 2, and Swihart will step in. Walks to Swihart have played a big role in the rallies for Lexington today. It was still 7-4 with 2 outs in the 6th when Swihart picked up a walk. That was the final batter faced by Hall. And then in the 8th inning with 1 out and nobody on and Goodson starting to cruise, he picked up another base on balls and would score the first of the 3 runs in the 8th inning. So it's 2 outs with Tejeda again, a very short lead. Tunnel misses away. It is ball 1, no strikes. Manuel Geraldo, who has 3 straight hits, waits on deck. Lexington trying to win it in the bottom of the 9th inning. The Barnstormers looking to push this to inning number 10. Shaver holding the runner at first base, 1-0. The count on Swihart. Tunnel is up and away again. It is ball 2, and we're seeing a similar pattern. It's been Swihart walking and Geraldo coming up with base hits that have led to the undoing of the Barnstormers in both the 6th and the 8th innings. Tunnel has dropped behind Swihart here at 2-0. Tejeda showing no inclination to go, and ball 3 is outside. It's 3-0 with the lefty batting Geraldo waiting on deck. 3 balls, no strikes. Lancaster pitching today has walked 6 and struck out only 5, which is very low for this ball club as of late. Swihart awaiting the 3-0 pitch. Tunnel out of the stretch will bring it home. That is a strike. And we sit at 3-1, a long 9th inning for West Tunnel. He has thrown 23 pitches. He's only on his 4th batter. 3-1. Here is the delivery. This is popped up foul, and Swihart goes to full at 3-2. Sean Dunston Jr. out in center, hoping for another plate appearance here today. It would come to lead off the 10th inning. 3 balls, 2 strikes now to Swihart with the winning run at first, 2 outs. Tejeda will be on the move here. Shaver will drop back. Big pitch here, 3-2 to Swihart. Tunnel comes to the set. Tejeda goes, and it's ball 4 outside. Another walk. That is the 4th walk issued by the bullpen here this afternoon. Manuel Geraldo will bat with runners at first and second, but not before Mark Johnson takes a trip out to the mound. The winning run now carried by Tejeda at second. Blake Swihart behind him at first. Geraldo has 3 hits, 2 runs scored, and 2 runs batted in. He has been awfully tough on the Barnstormers today and in general. He is 7 out of 19 in the season series. Johnson and Tunnel with a lengthy discussion here about possible alterations, and now we're going to get a pinch runner. Tejeda will leave. They want the extra speed at second base. And going out there will be T.K. Kuntz. I thought that we might see a pinch runner, and in fact we do. So if we go to the 10th inning, then they'll have to come up with a new first baseman. Manuel Geraldo trying to keep that from happening. He is singled to right, doubled to left center, and singled to right again. His last 3 plate appearances. Kuntz carries the winning run at second. Swihart behind him at first. 2 outs in the inning. Brooks Hall faced only 18 batters in the first 5 innings. Geraldo becomes the 26th batter to see Lancaster pitching in the last 4. He swings and misses, going for broke, and Tunnel is out ahead of him at no balls and 1 strike. The Barnstormers have sent 45 men to the plate through their 9 innings. Time called. Geraldo will back away. He is a switch hitter, but the Barnstormers have only 1 left-handed pitcher on this trip, and that is Eric Cha. Augie Silk staying back. Looking ahead to work this weekend. The 0-1 pitch, driven foul to the left and out of play. That is strike 2 against Tunnel. Who pitches the top of the 10th? Who pitches the bottom of the 10th? Those could be interesting calls, but we're not quite there yet. Kuntz at second, Swihart at first, 2 men gone, 2 strikes on Geraldo. West Tunnel trying to finish off the inning. The right-hander looks back to Kuntz. Here's the pitch, 0-2, and grounded foul over toward the first base dugout and into that very popular camera well. Still 2 strikes on Geraldo, being stubborn against Tunnel in this bottom half of the 9th inning. Geraldo delivers his 4th hit of the day, and Lexington goes home with the 11-10 win. I'm not sure anybody, except on a 1-hopper to an outfielder, would be able to throw out Kuntz. If Geraldo does not come through, Sean Dunston will bat with Anthony Peroni at second to start the 10th inning. The count is 0-2 here, and the pitch swung and missed. A foul tip. Down goes Geraldo, and West is out of the inning. He walks 2, strikes out 2, and 2 men are stranded by the Legends. Here we go once again. Extra inning baseball. The Barnstormers will be in their 8th extra inning game of the year, their 3rd of the last 6 days, and their 4th on this extended road trip. We've had a lot of bonus baseball, and we're getting more here this afternoon through 9 innings. 10-10 our score.
Are you sick and tired of washers that don't use enough water or take 2 hours to clean and don't last more than a few years? Well, come into Gockenauer's in East Petersburg now and let us show you the Speed Queen commercial grade laundry. Built the old-fashioned way with warranties up to 7 full years. Gockenauer's will deliver and install your new Speed Queen, and we know you'll be fully satisfied with your purchase. Gockenauer's in East Petersburg, your hometown dealer for 73 years.
At Clipper Magazine Stadium, we have hot dogs and popcorn, peanuts, soda, and nachos. But what if, say, you are only 3 months old and mom wants to have a night out and watch the Barnstormers? Well, thanks to May Grant Obstetrics and Gynecology, the littlest of Stormer fans now have a place to go for dinner during the game. Tots can take mom to the Little Sluggers dugout behind Section 13 at the stadium for a comfortable private feeding experience. A brightly painted room with comfortable furniture and TVs tuned to the game, it is the perfect spot for baby and mom during a night at the ballpark.
Knockoffs, copycats, imitators. They all share one thing in common. They always pale in comparison next to the true original. just like the stylish and versatile Lexus RX, the crossover that paved the way for others. And it's still the best for one simple reason: nothing else is as good as the original. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
Right-hander Mason Cole will work the top of the 10th inning in this 10-10 ball game. Lancaster once again getting to extra frames. Montrell Marshall has gone into play first as Isaias Tejeda left for a pinch runner in the bottom of the 9th inning. Cole has made a couple of starts here for the Legends. No record, but he's given up 11 hits and 12 runs in 8 2/3 innings with 10 walks and 7 strikeouts. He is a 24-year-old right-hander from Houston. Pitched at Texas A&M, but wasn't used regularly. Big fella at 6'6" and 200 pounds. He pitched in the Texas Rangers organization in 2021. And a couple of the guys know him from spring training. Jake Hoover was in the Rangers system last year. So was Trace Lair. Sean Dunston will bat with Anthony Peroni, the runner at second base, to start off the 10th inning. Dunston with a bunt single back in the 8th, and that set up the 2-run inning. He is 1 out of 4 officially today, and Sean has scored twice. The corners play for the bunt. Geraldo and Marshall both up on the green rug. Dunston may very well bunt behind Peroni. It would be the way that Ross Peoples ordinarily would try to engineer one of these extra innings. Cole to the plate. Dunston shortens the bunt and then takes a strike on the outside corner. It's 0-1 from the shaggy-haired Mason Cole. Melvin Mercedes on deck, and then Kelly Dugan. The Barnstormers again in that situation where it's pretty imperative to get this run home, although in the last 2 extra inning games, the Barnstormers have gotten away with not scoring a run in that first extra inning. Dunston squares around again, and he bunts a foul back into the seats. Cole has Dunston at no balls and 2 strikes. There are certainly mixed opinions about bunting with this runner at second, but Dunston has shown he is a pretty good bunter. A lot of people frown on it, and I understand the thinking, because you've got the chance to drive in the run yourself. You give that up. Here's the 0-2. Dunston will spoil it, slapping a ball past Ross Peoples in the coach's box at third, and it will stay 2 strikes to Dunston. Everybody in from the left side of the plate of the 3 that get to bat here in the top half of the 10th. Geraldo will be at second in the bottom of the 10th with Cuevas, Powell, and Pugh scheduled. No balls, 2 strikes. Cole to Dunston, outside and low, and that one was saved by Swihart. Otherwise, Peroni gets to third, and that changes the complexion of the inning. Sean Dunston batting at 1 ball and 2 strikes here. The Barnstormers have had a pretty good day batting with runners in scoring position after starting 1 for 6. Peroni leading from second once again. Here's the 1-2. Dunston takes a breaking ball and hits this in the air to a shallow right center field. Coming on is Irvin to make the catch, and that is unproductive. No shot at advancing Peroni there. Melvin Mercedes will come in now with 1 out in the inning, and the Barnstormers will need a base hit or a defensive mishap in order to get this run home. Mercedes is 1 for 4 with a clutch 2-run single back in the 8th inning. He has a walk and has scored a run as well. Either Melvin or Dugan now has to come through. The Barnstormers in this 10-10 battle in the top half of the 10th inning. Dunston flies out. Peroni leads from second. Mercedes will swing and miss, and he was trying to hammer that ball to right field. Down a strike, it is 0-1. Peroni is not a fast runner. Well, the Barnstormers need to hit a ball away from an outfielder to get him home. It can't be a one-hopper right at an outfielder. Upstairs for a ball to Melvin, it's 1-1. A base hit would have to be toward the gaps or have an outfielder away from the throw. Dugan waits on deck. Cole goes to work on Mercedes, the 1-1. Punched out to shallow left center field, charging in Powell. That ball is going to drop in and take a high bounce. Peroni around third, but he'll hold. And now the go-ahead run 90 feet away as Mercedes drops the pop-up into shallow left center. Nice decoy out there by Boot Powell, but I don't think that made any kind of a difference. That ball would have had to have bounced over Powell's head to get Peroni home. Now here is Dugan. The Barnstormers needing a sac fly to take the lead. Runners are at the corners with just one out. Dugan is 1 for 4 with a walk. He has scored twice today. The Legends set the infield at double play depth. Mercedes held by Marshall over at first. Cole comes to his set and a Dugan. First pitch fastball inside corner at the knees for a called strike. It is 0-1. Dugan frozen at 58, runs batted in. Hasn't had one for a few days now since his home run spree at Long Island. And the pitch to Kelly, driven foul to the left. Cole's got him at 0-2. On deck is Cordero, who again has had his success in the first half of a game. Peroni, the runner at third base. Mercedes over at first with one out. Dugan trailing here at 0-2. Cole is ready. The pitch is low on the fastball. Ball 1 and 2 strikes. Dugan against Lexington is 5 out of 19 on the year. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Kelly Dugan just looking to drive in a run here somehow, some way. Here is the 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball stays high, and we get to 2-2 on the former Phillies farmhand. 75th man taken back in the 2009 draft. He's also played for the Cubs and the Arizona Diamondbacks in the minors. Here's a 2-2 offering. It is ball 3 down low. Does Mercedes run here? I think the odds are in favor of it. 3 balls, 2 strikes, the count to Dugan. Mercedes with 7 stolen bases for the year, out to a lead. Marshall holding him. Cole to the set, and the runner holds. 3-2 pitch, bounce to first, and they're going to come to the plate and get the out on Peroni. 3-2, and that was after Marshall hesitated for a moment. Peroni tagged out at home, and now it is up to Cordero, who is 2 out of 5, but the hits came in his first 2 plate appearances. Dugan unable to drive in Peroni from third. It's the 4th game without an RBI for Kelly, and that for him is a huge drought. Cordero steps in, Mercedes at second, and the runner at first is Dugan. Cole comes to the set, and time is called by Cordero. The Barnstormers now in need of a base hit. Otherwise, they go to the bottom of the 10th inning in jeopardy here today. Mercedes and Dugan the runners. Here's the pitch. Andretti takes low for a ball, 1-0. Clark is on deck in case Cordero reaches base in some way. Melvin Mercedes with the only hit of the inning, a blooper into left center field. The Barnstormers might have been in better shape on that play with a faster runner at third. But the options, the pinch runner, are limited. Ground ball shortstop, and it should get them out of the inning. The throw by Cuevas is there, and the Barnstormers again struggle to get the runner home from scoring position. No runs, a hit, no errors, and 2 stranded here in the top of the 10th. So it's going to be up to the bullpen to freeze Geraldo in place when we get to the bottom half of the 10th inning. Score is tied at 10 apiece.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
It'll be Brett Clark trying to get us to the 11th inning. After the Barnstormers were unable to score in the top half of this 10th. And it's another game where you wish Ross Peoples were able to make some moves. He just hasn't been able to. A healthy Hoover or Devon Torrance being here, and you have the opportunity to pinch run for Peroni in that situation, and he might not have scored, but he would have put a lot more pressure on Marshall to make that throw home. And perhaps a mistake would have been created. Brett Clark taking over. Geraldo will be the runner at second, and Chris Cuevas will be the batter. Cuevas has come up big twice in a row. In the 6th against Aker, and in the 6th against Goodson, rather, the 8th against Aker. 2 out of 4 with 3 runs batted in for Cuevas on the day. Another base hit, he's likely to win it. Geraldo with reasonable speed, the winning run at second. Lancaster would have Cordero starting off the 11th inning at second base if Clark can get the ball club there. Brett is a guy more often used in long relief. The Barnstormers getting short on arms once again. Clark has been in 9 games. He's thrown 21 and a third innings. His record is 1-0. Cuevas squares the bunt. He takes a pitch low for a ball. It is 1-0, but therein again lies the conditions in which the Barnstormers find themselves. Clark, a 2.53 ERA. He's allowed 17 hits and 6 earned runs. Cuevas squares around a bunt, lays it down foul. The ball is 1-1. Cuevas having to lunge backwards as the pitch was bearing down on him. He dropped it down in foul territory. 1 ball, 1 strike. Clark has been a bigger strikeout guy than perhaps his style would lead you to believe. He has fanned 16 in his 21 and a third innings, 14 of those coming in his last 17 and 2/3. There's an offer to bunt and a foul ball. Clark has Cuevas at 1-2. Boog Powell waits on deck. And you might see the Barnstormers walk Powell to get to the right-handed batters. You've got to keep that option in mind. I'm sure Ross is contemplating it right now. Cesar Cuevas at a ball and 2 strikes here in the bottom of the 10th inning with Geraldo at second base nobody out. A chance for Lexington to walk off here. Cuevas bats 1-2, and the pitch lined into center field. That is a base hit. Dunston is going to heave it home, and it will be offline as Lexington wins on the walk-off single by the youngster Cesar Cuevas, his third RBI hit in a row, and the Barnstormers go down today the third time that the bottom of the order greets the Lancaster bullpen with some base hits. And a walk-off win for the Legends. We'll be back to wrap this one up in just a moment. The final score here this afternoon in 10 innings, the Lexington Legends 11 and the Lancaster Barnstormers 10.
Like craft beers? Then the best place to be in Lancaster is Clipper Magazine Stadium. That's right, celebrate baseball or just a night with your friends at the Broken Bat Deck down the right field line. The Broken Bat features more than 20 local craft breweries plus product from a local winery. Food including Otto's Meatballs is sold off a pub-style menu. So get together, hang out with your friends, or make some new ones. Enjoy a night of craft beer sampling along with a Barnstormers game.
Get out of the heat and dive under the sea this summer with Disney's Little Mermaid at Dutch Apple Dinner Theater. Join Ariel on her adventure from the sea through the human world. Based off a 1989 animated film, Disney's Little Mermaid will keep kids young and old entertained. Performances are Tuesday through Sunday with matinee and evening show options available. Each performance also includes a buffet-style meal prior to the show. Call Dutch Apple Dinner Theater at 717-898-1900 or visit us at DutchApple.com to reserve your tickets today.
Well, the Barnstormers have gotten some spectacular work out of their bullpen in recent games, but today the bullpen all struggled. Cole Aker and Brett Clark, two guys who are on very good runs of pitching shutout baseball, both giving way this afternoon, and it was the same guy, the number 9 hitter, Cesar Cuevas, coming up with the base hits. He had one against Goodson as well. Cuevas, the hero in the late innings for the Legends here today. Lexington wins at 11-10, 11 runs on 11 hits with 2 errors and 8 men left for the Legends. The Barnstormers 10 runs on 14 hits with no errors and 10 runners left on base. The win goes to Mason Cole. He's 1-0. Brett Clark with the loss. He falls to 1-1. We saw some home runs here in the ball game this afternoon. Isaias Tejeda with a pair for the Legends, his 5th and 6th of the year. The second coming with 2 men on in the 6th inning as he drove in 4. Colton Shaver with the dramatic home run in the top of the 9th, sending us to extra innings for Colton, his 10th home run of the season. The time of the ball game this afternoon here in Lexington was 3 hours and, as it turns out, 43 minutes. And it took about 45 minutes to play the 9th and the 10th innings. The crowd today, just 1,309 here at Wild Health Field. A crazy, crazy finish once again here in Lexington. Second straight extra inning game. The Barnstormers winning last night, but today they cannot hold on. They lose to the Legends by the score of 11-10. We've had some exciting baseball the last couple of legs of this road trip. Today, no exception. The Barnstormers building a 7-1 lead through the first 5 innings. Andretti Cordero with 3 runs batted in and a 2-run single by Trayvon Robinson over that span, but a 6-run bottom half of the 6th inning, all the runs crossing with 2 outs, got Lexington back into the game. Isaias Tejeda with the 3-run homer, and then Hall stayed in, gave up a double to Dwight Smith Jr., walked Blake Swihart, and it was Geraldo and Cuevas at the bottom of the order. They did it against Goodson in the 6th inning to tie the game at 7-all. Then in the 8th, after Swihart drew a walk, Geraldo singled into right. They pulled off a double steal against Aker, and Cuevas came up to drive in 1 to make it 9-8. Boog Powell with a bloop double into left field to produce the tying and the go-ahead runs for the Legends. It was 10-9 going into the 10th. The Barnstormers down to a final strike when Colton Shaver unloaded his 10th home run of the year through the breeze. It didn't matter. A long blast for Shaver to make it 10-10, but the Barnstormers left runners on in the top of the 10th inning. This club is having a very hard time driving that man across from second base, and maybe Russ needs to rethink about the bunt to start that inning. It put Dunston in the hole. He couldn't get the job done. Mercedes with a bloop hit. And again, it's possible that the inning would have turned out differently with the availability of a pinch runner in that top of the 10th, but that doesn't exist right now as the Barnstormers pretty much are playing with 10 available guys here on this road trip. And then Chris Cuevas, after failing to bunt in the bottom of the 10th inning, swings away and drives the game-winning hit into center field. Instant hero status for a guy who came in batting .210 in his first full professional season. 11-10, our final. Nothing else going on in the Atlantic League right now. Everything else coming up tonight. It will be Wild Health at Gastonia, Long Island at Staten Island, High Point at Charleston, and York is down in Southern Maryland. Major League Baseball would have later starts as well on this Wednesday daytime game for us. Major League Baseball, there are some games underway. Milwaukee leading Tampa Bay 5-3. They're in the bottom of the ninth inning. At the stretch, Pittsburgh over Washington 8-6, and the Yankees need to pick up a couple of outs against Oakland. It's 5-3, top of the ninth. Houston, behind Justin Verlander, has shut out the Mets 2-0. Kansas City leads Texas 2-1 in the top of the seventh inning. San Diego and Arizona, no score in the second. Detroit at San Francisco. Baltimore at Seattle, just underway. Atlanta and the Phils coming up tonight. Likewise, Boston at Toronto. Minnesota is at Cleveland. Miami at St. Louis. Cincinnati visiting the Cubs. Dodgers are in Colorado. White Sox play the Angels out in Anaheim. Two thrillers here at Lexington. The Barnstormers fall to 25-35 now on this first half. They still have a plus run differential. They're now 5-15 in one-run games. The bullpen just could not hold on today. 3 of the 4 pitchers that came in for the Barnstormers were greeted by hits from the first batter, all coming in critical situations. And we're talking about guys, especially Aker and Clark, who had been on fairly long runs of success over their past several outings. Couldn't get it done at Wild Health Field today. The Barnstormers swung the bats well, but again, they could not get the go-ahead run home. In the ninth, they couldn't get the go-ahead run home in the 10th inning. Mercedes did get that job done to break the 7-7 tie in the 8th. 11-10, the final score as Lexington survives. Game 3 of this series will be coming up tomorrow night, and these two ball clubs, after playing better than 7 hours, the first 2 games of this series, will take tonight to get some rest. And for tomorrow night, the third game of this series, Cameron Gann taking the hill for the Barnstormers, and we do not have Lexington's starting pitcher for the finale of this series. The Barnstormers almost done with this road trip. We've been in a lot of close games, 4 extra inning games. The Barnstormers have split those 4, and they're now overall 4-7 on this long trip away from Lancaster. I'd have to total it all up, but I believe that the Barnstormers, despite going 4-7 on this trip, have scored more runs than their opponents. It's just par for the course for this 2022 season. The first half is winding down, and when the bell rings next Tuesday, the Barnstormers need to be able to win these games and on a regular basis. They're starting to get the right hits at the right time, but today the bullpen just didn't have it as Lexington roared from behind a couple of different times and then won it on the third hit for Cuevas coming in the bottom half of the 10th inning. That will do it from here. We'll be back with you at 6:30 tomorrow night from Lexington, and then the Barnstormers will be in Pennsylvania, either at home or in York for their ensuing 26 games beginning on Friday night. So that's the story from here. Back with you tomorrow at 6:30. Until then, for our video producer, Ryan Cortazzo, and all the cast and crew at Clipper Magazine Stadium, as well as our presenting sponsor, Gackenauer Appliances of East Petersburg, I'm Dave Collins. Have a great evening, everyone, and we'll see you at the ballpark.